All right, we're gonna get started here soon, guys. If you can hear me, let me know. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Um, I was trying to uh, shove food in my mouth real quick and place a grocery order real quick because I didn't realize how late it was already. I mean, I did, but I didn't. You know, I don't know. I don't know how to explain that one, but yeah, I did, but I didn't. All right, I know you can't see me yet. I'm just moving some stuff out of the way real quick because I never got a chance to clean up after yesterday. All right, let's see here. There we go. All right, let me know if you can hear me. You can see me okay. I know the picture on my face is going to be a little blown out right now because I have the windows, the blinds open or whatever. But it's because I try to get it as warm as possible in here while the daylight's still on. But I did want to do one quick thing. You guys are going to see me record something. God damn. We want a picture uploading. Where is... Well, we'll use this. Hello, hello. I'm just posting to share. It's TikTok's back up apparently. But you can't go live on TikTok. So I'm just gonna put out a post to my TikTok people that I am live back there. There we go. I'm a bit late, so I apologize. Okay. I did not know I had that. Cool. All right. It's about live now. Live now. Oh my God.
Oh.
She forgot I said I was gonna go live now.
Did she?
I'm guessing because that's why she's so loud.
Oh. Well, that's her thing. Right now?
I started it over again.
Hmm?
Started it over so the recording's better. Hey everybody. All right, so if you caught me yesterday, we were making this book and I want to go over the measurements. So if you missed it, so you can watch the replay. It's not edited or anything right now. I will be editing the replay for later on so that you guys can use it. And it will be edited a little better to make the cover. But I am going to give you all the measurements right now as well. So if you catch this one for some reason before that one, I can give you the measurements on how to put this together if you already know how to put together a hinged thing or a hinged book. This one I did make it a little tighter than I wanted just because I used really really heavy cardstock to make the pages. So I prepped all the pages and I prepped just the inside of the cover to get it ready to decorate and everything today. But I want to go through all of the sizing with you. And I'm going to rebuild just the shell of it and show you how I cut the pages real quick to kind of make this a little bit easier for editing later. So if you're just joining, what you're going to need, it just depends on how you're going to want your pages to lay out. I'm going to show you what I mean. So for the cover, you're going to want 2 sheets of chipboard or cereal box or something to make the actual cover itself. And it just depends on how thick you want it. So if you want it really thick and you have cereal box, you might want 2 cereal boxes, that kind of thing. But your cover, I'm going to put it right here, is going to be 5.5 by 8.5, and you're going to need 2 of those, so that's each side. And then the spine that I made on this is 2.5 by 8.5, and you just need 1 of those. So that's why you need 2 of the cover sheets, unless you wanted a different size. You can always adjust the sizing for anything that you want. Okay, so for that though, for the pages now, these are the 2 different sizes. So if you want a top load page, which means that your page is going to look like this and you have a little top opening right here, or you can close it up completely, but it'll be a top opening. That is 8.25 by 10 inches is what you need to cut your page to fit into this book. And for every one of those pages, you're going to need a sheet of 8.5 by 11. Now, if you want it to be a side load, which most of us are going to want, pretty sure, it uses more paper. So if you're going to do a side load like this instead, you're going to need 2 sheets of 8.5 by 11. And those will be cut at 8.75 by 5. And actually, I'm going to adjust that just a little bit. Do it by 5.25. It'll give you just a little bit more room to play. So let's go with 8.75 by 5.25. And that will give you just a little bit more room to put your paper on. Okay, so 8.25 by 10 if you want top load, and 8.75 by 5.25 inches if you want a side load like this. So it doesn't matter, you just need 8 pages in total made. So we're going to make 8 pages. So I'm going to show you how to make each one of the pages and the cover and how to make the spine. Now for the spine, you're going to need a strip. Now it just depends on how you want to make the spine. So the spine that I made, let me show it to you, is actually smaller than the full length of the book. I only recommend doing that if you're going to use 110-pound cardstock, not if you're going to be using thinner cardstock. Just because there's no support holding this part of the page, so the page itself needs to support itself. but it gives a really cool illusion-y look, like it's kind of just floating in there, which I really like. So it looks kind of neat, and I like that. So if you are going to do this one, I made this one 5 inches by 10.75 inches with a 1/4 inch gap between my pages. So right now there's a 1/4 inch gap between my pages. That's going to be 10.75 by 5 inches. If you want it to be the full length, then the only difference is that you're going to make it 10.75 um, by 8.5 inches here. So it'll go almost all the way up to the end with like a 1/4 inch. You can also do it just like a little bit under if you really wanted to, like 8.7, something like that. You just can make it just a little bit smaller than the size, but basically it's going to be the same height as this and maybe about a half or a 1/4 inch smaller. But I like this little illusion, so if you want to follow that, use 110-pound cardstock. Make sure it's cardstock and not any other weight. So it should be really, really stiff, especially when you fold it. So it's 10.75 by 5. And you just need to make 8 pages. You need that. You're going to need your scoreboard, glue or tape. Tape is a little easier when you're going to put together the hinge, but I'm ran out. But glue, and then the paper you want to decorate and the paper you want to do your cover on. So let's get started with making the cover one more time. And if you're here, don't forget to say hello. We started a little late, but I'm going to show you how to make the cover using the Book Cover Ultimate Guide tool. You can make it any way you want. You'll still get the general idea of how a cover is made. This just makes it easier. And that you can find in my description in the shop to grab the tool. So we're going to show you how to make just the base real quick. But again, if you watch the previous live, it's going to have how we made that all the way through. But we were talking a lot, and there was a lot going on at the time. So you may want to wait until I do the edited version. I'm going to grab one thing because I forgot to grab one more piece of chipboard. Let me grab that. All right, I got the chipboard. I do apologize that it's all white chipboard and white paper, but it's what I have right now to work with. All right, and let me get you guys, I'm gonna turn off the bottom one real quick, just to get you a little higher without making you sick. All right. Yeah, there you go. Give you a little more room to see everything. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is cut our cover pages. All right. Now you can use these covers for junk journals, mini albums, whatever you want to make a book cover with. So we are going to be cutting this. Let me put you that way. A little bit more. There we go. We're going to be cutting this at 5.5 by 8.5. This is 8.5 by 11, so we're just cutting this in half to get that portion. And then we need 8.5 by 2.5. So this is already 8.5. This is the one I cut before. So I'm just going to grab another spine off of this one. There we go. So now we have an 8.5 by 2.5 inch spine. And this will just stay for another spine for another day. Okay, we're going to go through how very quickly we can make this book cover using the tool. I'll put this to the side for a bit. Okay, so we have our pieces that we need to make the cover. We have our 2 side pieces and our spine. Okay, so you're going to need for this enough paper to cover the whole thing. So one 12 by 12 is not going to be enough because we're going to run out of space real fast. So we're going to need 2 12 by 12 sheets of paper or 2 8.5 by 11s put together, whichever you happen to have, because you're going to need it to be tall enough to do it. Actually, it would be like 3 8.5 by 11s. I take that back if you do that. So easiest way that I found to do it is use my scoreboard and overlap your 2 12 by 12s. All right, the glue I'm using is just the art glitter glue. Everybody always asks what glue I'm using. It's Art Glitter Glue. And all I'm going to do is overlap these. Now, my spine is 2.5 inches. So I'm going to make my overlap 3 inches. So I like doing it this way so the spine kind of sits nicely and you don't see the seam really of where it is. So the seam ends up like right here and it covers the whole thing this way. Okay. So I'm going to put this here. So I'm putting this like just so I can somehow see 3 inches worth of space. So the 6-inch mark is here, 9-inch mark is here. And let's get some glue on this. And actually, let me grab the bigger glue because that dried really fast yesterday. Okay. Which it usually does dry really fast. That's what I like about the Art Glitter Glue, but I think it was a little warm in here and it dried like super fast yesterday. A little faster than usual. All right, so I'm overlapping this to the 9-inch. This is the same thing. It's Art Glitter Glue. It's just in a different bottle that lets more glue out at once is all. What I like to do is grab a ruler just on the other side of that 6-inch mark so I make sure that I stay within that spot and I don't make a huge mess. There it goes. Sorry, had a glue nugget. There it goes. I must still have a little bit of a glue nugget because I'm not coming out fast. Okay. Oh, I wonder if this got dried. Okay. Well, I think this got a little dry because it was in my garage and I didn't think it was in there that long, but I think it did. It might have actually dried up a little. But no worries. It's not bad actually. Okay. Just spreading out the glue so it's a little more even. And I want to work kind of quickly because it's going to dry up fast. Okay. Let's get that on there. Let's put our 2 pieces together. Like I said, usually I would actually be using tape for certain things like this just because it's so much faster. I don't have to worry about the glue drying. I ran out of my tape. Alright, so I have that put on. Get that out of the way. Alright, we're good to go there. Let's check this guy out later and see what's going on with that. Okay. This isn't the best cardstock, I will say. I do need to find another one, but it will do its job because it's mostly going to get covered anyway, so I'm not too worried about it. All right, so with the book cover ultimate guide tool, the best part of it is you can use it different ways. If you want to save as much paper as possible and you're making like a smaller cover and you don't need so much space, one of the things you can do is line it up right at the corner, and then all you do is glue, tape that under, and then we use another line guide, which I'll show you in a second, and we would normally just put the next one and then put the next one and then just cut around it. But because I want to land it right in the middle on this paper, what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to glue this down first to the middle of this, but I am going to try to line it up as much as possible with the edge of this paper. This is going to keep us straight in the end. It is going to make everything straighten out really easily, which will be great. Okay, for this one, I'm going to use the beacon. The reason I'm using the beacon is because this side of the chipboard is very, very shiny. I should have left it upside down and I forgot. So I apologize. There we go. All right, so I'm just adding glue to the spine. Put my beacon in my handy dandy little glue holder over here. Alright, I'm going to use the same spreader. Yes, I know there's glue on there already, but it's not going to hurt it. I want to spread this out as much as possible. Okay, so I'm going to use this just to get it as straight as possible here. And it's okay if it's actually not completely straight up here. In the end, everything will straighten out using the tool, which is great. And then you can use the tool to actually spread this out. So what the tool does is help you to build everything, because this gives you a 1-inch gap here and a 1-inch gap here. There's two sides to it. There's an A side and there's a B side, and I'll show you where those come into play, where it's very important. Basically, what you're looking for is anything that shows under here. If it can fit right under here, no problem. You're mostly going to be using the A side. There's some exceptions, but they're pretty easy exceptions. So once we have this on, right here we have our spine gap tool, right? Let me take this one out just so you can see it with the original. I'm constantly losing my pieces. Okay, so this is what it originally will come looking like when you get it, just like this. And they come in different colors, so you can pick all kinds of different colors. But basically, this is your spine gap tool. The way that this works is that if you're using the A side, you're going to use it, the spine gap tool on the A side, as long as your chipboard fits under here. If for some reason your chipboard cannot fit under here, but it does fit under here on the B side instead, then you're going to flip this over and use the B side of the spine gap tool. But it works just fine for our A side, so we're going to use the A side of our spine gap tool. Now on this kind of like can pinch in and hold onto this tightly. Without it, it moves around, and you'll see sometimes like this is sticking out just a little bit on the bottom, but it's made to be able to move around. Hey Google, turn on bright light. All right, turning on the lights a little bit there. So there's little teeth on here that will hold it if you just squeeze this just a little bit. So you're gonna want to squeeze it just a little bit to make sure that it holds in place for you. And you can pull it out as much as you want, as little as you want, depending on the size of this, but it's not really a big deal. Now I'm gonna turn it just a little bit. Actually, let me just make some space right here, because in front of me I have like all my ink pads, and so like there we go. So I'm going to put it this way, but you can turn it whichever way you want. And you're basically just going to make sure that it's butt up against here and on here, on the two sides, on the sides of this. And any chipboard should be thick enough to be able to butt it up against it. But make sure you squeeze this in just a little bit to make sure that squares up. And then go ahead and add glue to your cover piece. Now you'll see other videos that I have where we're starting on one side, like with the cover and going along the way. But because we're needing to center this, we're going to do that part first, and it still stays nice and centered. And again, I'm using the beacon just because this particular chipboard is really shiny on this side. And I need a little more time for drying. My other one is drying really fast right now. Which I know beacon dries really quickly. I'm going to do this as quick as I can. That's a part I hate, is the drippy. Okay, there we go. Stay. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and put this back, hold it in place, make sure it's butt up against the two sides, and then butt this up against the top and the side right here again. Press that down just a little bit, take this out, and then use this to smooth it all out. And I do suggest turning it over and doing it on both sides, because you see this part? Yeah, I hate this. I'm not loving this cardstock. It's 65-pound cardstock from a well-known hobby store, craft store. Starts with an M. And yeah, see, it gets a little funky. It's really thin, and I don't understand how it's 65 pounds. But yeah, all right. But you see, this one went beautifully. Got it a little faster. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing on this side. Pull that out. Let me pull these sleeves up just a little bit. And if you're here, don't be afraid to say hello, to say hi. Don't forget to like and subscribe on there. We moved over from doing lives over on the TikTok because it disappeared yesterday, and then it's back again. But yeah. We're definitely gonna do more lives over here instead. All right, so we're just gonna do the same thing with the second piece. Let's get all this glued out. And I try to go just before the edge because you know it's gonna go pushed out to the sides after. I said this is good for mini albums, for junk journals, whatever you like to use it for. And it's good for different versions of making a cover. This just happens to be one, and it's just really fast and easy to do it with. Whether you do this or like hinges and you just need to cover just one side each individually, it'll still help you do all of that stuff. All right, and then I'm just gonna smooth this out. Flip that over, smooth it out again. I'm just gonna really have to cover that spine up later. All right, so then we want to cut off all the excess paper and make sure that we have a good even size border all the way around. So what we're gonna do now is just use the edge tool right here to go ahead and give us our mitered edges. Now the trick basically again is if it fits under here, use the A side. If it doesn't fit under here, use the B side. So like if you have a really, really, really thick chipboard, you want to make sure that you have enough room to cover it. So that's why you would use the B side. There's a little bit more of a gap on this side than there is right here, distance-wise from the corners. So this way you make sure you have enough to cover it. Also, if you're going to use a thicker material to cover it, even if this chipboard fits under, but you're going to use like something like faux leather, pleather, real leather. Real leather, you might be, that's a little bit more complicated with the cutting off because you do need even more space sometimes, but it still will give you a good amount of space. Fabric, where you're going to put like fabric with batting or thicker fabric, anything like that that's going to be thick to cover it, you're going to want to use the B side so you have a little more room to cover. For right now, we're going to go ahead and use A side because that works just fine for us. And all I do is usually mark it off with a pencil and then come over here, mark off the edge because I want to cut off all the excess. Come over here again, mark off my corner, mark off my 1-inch edge, do it again here, corner and edge, and then all you have to do is if you need the other to make it longer, just turn it over, mark it off again. We're going to get our final little edges over here. 1-inch edge. And then our final one. Because we started up here when we like lined it up on this direction, that's why we have a good amount of space up top already, so we don't have to worry about this. It's already 1 inch. So you got the 1 inch all the way around, and then you got the border all the way around. But like I said, if you're not worried about centering it on the 2 pieces of paper, or you have 1 piece of paper to do it, you can start up on an upper corner like this instead, create your 2 1 inches, and then just start over here and start going that way when you build it. Which, like I said, I have another video for that if you want to see that. And then all we're going to do is cut this out. Now that it's all good. My biggest thing was I was always cutting too close to the corner, and so I always ended up with a gap between that I ended up having to fix with paper later or something. And I hated doing that. And then I would also end up with loose spines because, or basically like where it connects, because I would either do it too far apart or they would get really stiff, and because I had them too close together. All right, so we got that done. All right, so now all we want to do is fold everything over. And what I do is I usually just kind of get it tempered up so that it folds down nicely. I don't try to fold it down too quickly because that will create cracks on it. But you can see everything's nicely lined up straight, so I don't have to worry too much about trying to make sure that this doesn't have any puckers or anything like that because it's not straight. Everything's nice and straightened up. As long as you cut all of these equal, it's going to be straight because of this. So we're gonna just do this. All right, and then I'm gonna come back over here and now just finish the crease down on all of these. So I'm not gluing or anything yet, just because I want to make sure that everything's creased down nicely, so I don't have to try to fight it while I'm trying to glue it or tape it. This I usually glue. This I won't usually tape, and the covers as well. The hinges, however, I do usually like to tape those down. All right, welcome in. You know what? I can't see who comes in on this. Give me one sec. It's a little weird for me when I can't see who's coming in. Your channel. Okay, sorry. Am I like I'm not muted yet, so I might get a small echo for just a second. All right, there we go. And if you have any questions, just let me know. I usually do that the other way around, like the long side first and then the other one. Doesn't really matter though, they line up no matter what. They line up really nicely. There we go. And if you're in here watching, like I said, if you want to say hello, don't forget to say hello. But if you can, please go ahead and hit that thumbs up. Subscribe if you want to keep seeing more. We went live a lot and posted a lot on TikTok, but since that went bye-bye, we're over here. We'll be posting a whole lot more over on the YouTube side. And we're really close to our goal of hitting 1,000 subscribers. I believe right now, it looks like at the moment, we are 5 away. So it would be really appreciated to get that last 5. We still have to like work on it even after we get the last 5. So after you do that, watch a few videos because that would really, really help. So this is just another extra one of the centers, and I'll explain this one after, but I did explain it on the other video, and I'm going to be doing some follow-up videos on why this one has holes and this one doesn't. This is part of a separate add-on kit that you can get. But since we made basically these gaps with this, it works pretty good to get in there. If not, sometimes I'll go in and get something else and just make sure I get in that gap really good. And then it folds over nicely that way. That's it. And actually, what works really good is if you get the edge of this, you just kind of push on it like that. This part's thinner on its own, so you can just get in there like that. I hold it like this, and I just kind of push on it. That works really good. All right. And then we just fold that over. I got a little overlap right here without glue, so I do got to put a little glue on that, but otherwise that's pretty good. Like I said, this part, this thing with the glue is not the greatest, but otherwise this is nice and perfect and all nice and closed up, all even all the way around. No super big chunks anywhere because it's not too far, and no super like big gaps or anything like that. So that's how you make the cover portion of this, okay? All right, so now I'm going to show you how to make the hinge. And again, if you have any questions about that, let me know. Okay, it's time to make our hinge. Okay, so hinges can be made all kinds. What is that? Hinges can be made all kinds of different ways, and it can be. There's different opinions on like what type of um, cardstock you should use for the hinge. It just depends. So if you use 110-pound cardstock for a hinge, it's going to be a little stiffer. If you use 65-pound, it's going to be a little lighter. But I don't mind it being a little stiffer, especially if I want something to match. I do think I might use my 65-pound today for that. I'm going to show you how to do it with the 65-pound version, but not that white one, because this white paper, even though it says it's 65-pound, like I said, it's really thin to me. The hard part is going to be finding a 65-pound piece of paper. I need to order myself a nice big bulk set of 65-pound paper. This is all thin.
Heavy German, 65 pounds.
You're fine. Hilarious. Oh, here we go. Do have some paper. All right, let's see how this works. So I do have a thing of 65-pound. Let's see how it's gonna cooperate. Take a little drink here. All right. Instead of me using my 110, we're gonna use the 65 pounds. You can see the difference on the stiffness once I'm done with it. Okay. It's still really thin. This feels like index weight. That's what it is. It feels like index weight paper and not cardstock. Oh, I don't know why I just took that off. I need that. I need that to cut. Okay, so I'm gonna do the 5-inch one again for my hinge because I kind of like it. Actually, I'm gonna do it just a little bit bigger. I'm gonna do this one because it's so thin. I'm gonna do a 6-inch. But like I said, you can do it however long your book is. You just make sure that it's slightly smaller than your pages. And since your pages are going to end up being basically 8 inches tall is what they end up coming out to be, you're going to want it a little smaller. Or 8.25 inches tall, I should say. All right, so we need to cut this one down to 10.75. Okay, and you only need one for the hinge. And then we're going to be using our scoreboard for the rest of this. Okay, so the way you want to do this is you want to do a 1/4 inch or a 1/2 inch. Just depends on how big you really want the ends to be. But the way this ended up working out perfectly is by doing a 1/4 inch gap, and then we're going to do a 1/2 inch for a hinge, and then another 1/2 inch again, because you fold that in half to create one part of the hinge. And then we're going to do a 1/4 inch gap again, and then a 1/2 inch and a 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, half inch. And basically you just keep going until you reach the end, and it should all line up to give you 8 sheets for this side, or 8 hinges. So half, half, quarter, half, half, quarter, half, half, and quarter. I thought my math was slightly off on this sucker. But yeah, it still does. You get a little bit more of a gap over here than you did over here. So we actually need to cut it down another 1/4 inch. So it should be, let's correct this, which really I could have added another 1/4 inch over here. I'm going to make it bigger. I'm actually going to make it 11 inches to leave it at the 11 inch. Oh, something went weird here. Let me make sure I didn't miss a spot. No, I didn't. Okay. I didn't miss a spot. Let me do this though. I want to make this other part even, so I'm going to do another 1/4 inch right here and cut off that end, just so it's even all the way through. So I would say instead of making it smaller in your guys' case, if you want it to, which if you did this, it's fine. Make it bigger. Make it 11, the full 11 inches. Leave it at the full 11 inches, and then do the same thing, and it should work out. For some reason, yesterday when I did it, I didn't quite work out correctly. All right, so this first part, I'm going to fold up like this, and then we're going to fold down, and then up, and don't go ahead because you're going to go up, up, again, and then down. This is really thin. Okay, and the whole point is going to be that what you're trying to do is create these little hinges right here. So it's this little hinge that you're trying to create where these get glued together, and it creates these little hinges that go back and forth with a 1/4 inch gap in between each one. So each one of these half inches should be facing downward, or like basically you have a raise like that. So you're going to go up, down, and then so it's going to go down, down again. Yeah. Down, up, up, down, up, up, down. Kind of weird. So just keep doing that till you get to the end. If you're watching this on replay, this will be sped up for you. And this is the part that, like I said, you like to use the tape to close up each one of those hinges just because it's faster. But particularly when we want to put the pages on the hinges, tape is better. But I'll be doing it with all glue tape. We're almost there. Welcome in if you're here. Don't forget to say hello. Make sure you hit that thumbs up and the subscribe, please. We are only 5 people away from making our 1,000 follower goal, so we'd really appreciate if you would follow. Oh, I know what I did wrong here. It was way off. Very strange. I already cut that one piece off, and I still have more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I don't know. I mismeasured somewhere, but okay. It still works. I know what I did wrong. And I thought I did it correctly so I could have a 1/2 inch on each side. I'll explain in a second what I did wrong. Yeah, this should have started with a 1/2 inch. So, and I think that's what I forgot to write down. So it should be, and then at the end, when we reach the very end and the start. So at the start should have been a 1/2 inch at the start, a 1/4 inch, half, half, quarter, half, half, quarter, half, half, quarter, until you get to the very end. It should leave you with 1/2 inch. That's where I went wrong. Okay. So now we got to glue together each one of these hinge parts. Let me move my, always gluing on top of that and end up with glue all over it. Okay. Move that to the side. Brush that on. Now I'm just going to smooth that out so that I can make sure I get that little hinge glued together. There we go. So now the hinge is glued together. So we're going to be gluing all of just these bigger spaces together, all the way through. Glue or tape, whichever one you'd like. Is anybody else crafting along today? Or just kind of going through lives today? Hello, Lori. All right, so I'm just gluing all these pieces together. Weird. I just smelled it because I got like a whiff of, like when paper gets kind of moldy-ish. I think it's a combo of the paper and the glue, maybe? Maybe it's just the paper. Hmm. All right. So if you guys were here yesterday, I'm just doing a recap of how to make this, of the book you're making. So I made the book yesterday, and basically I'm just making a regular 5.5 by 8.5 with a 2.5 inch spine. So, you know, just a regular cut in half, 8.5 by 11 type of thing. I started it yesterday, actually. Where did I? Oh, I started it yesterday, and we already made like the cover and all that, but I wanted to recap on how to make the cover with the correct sizing, although I still goofed up the sizing just a little tiny bit, not too much, but I corrected it. So I'll show you the sizing again in a second. I'll go back over it. But when I edit the lives, I will be doing a voiceover with the correct sizing so you guys can see it better. All right, there we go. All right, once I have everything glued, I just like to press it all down. Just to make sure it's all nice and flexible. This paper, I mean, I'm calling it paper because this just doesn't feel like cardstock. I always complain about it, always. You'll see me complain about it every live, and I still keep buying it, which is dumb, but oh well. Okay, so we made a spine we made a hinge for a 2 3/4 inch spine with 8 hinges spaced a 1/4 inch apart. So they're a little tight. So if you're used to making mini albums and stuff like that with like flip outs and things like that, you got to be a little more conservative about those flip outs and things with this one, because it's going to be tighter together. If you want more room in between when you're making your hinge, you just add extra room for this, and you just make sure your paper is longer. So even if you're not quite sure how long you need it, just keep gluing it together as you go along until you get the right size. If you're trying to like figure out exactly how many inches you need it. But yeah, it's basically, you got to do a little math on each one depending on how wide you want everything. So this is what the hinge looks like. This is how it will look spaced apart. So this is how far they'll be spaced apart once you add the pages in there. So yeah, this is the book we made yesterday. Now we're just recapping the cover, and then we're going to get back to this guy. All right, so this, there we go. So here's the cover we just made. And this is just going to fit right in here. So the only thing was that I did cut off that one part here. There we go. So that's going to go right in between there. But I need a slight mismeasure on this. So I'm just going to cut off that little extra spot right there. And then you just want to center it. Nice and easy in there. All right. So then you would center this on here and glue it down. But before you glue it down, because yesterday what I forgot to do, and I always seem to forget to do this, thank you. You can find it on my website. What I always forget to do is cover my spine before I put my hinge on. So you end up seeing all the mechanicals of my spine. But my solution for that, when I do that, is either I'll try to put a piece of paper over it and try to fix it, but I also like to foil it. So if you can see, it's foiled underneath there, just so it looks kind of cool and it matches up with the paper that I have under here. So you may not want it for everything because it is going to come out like really spacey, like weird looking, but what you could do is then go ahead and just cut a piece over it to cover the whole back end of this, which is what I think I'm going to do for this one. So what I'm going to do is I'll use my 12 by 12. I'm just going to get my 12 by 12 and go ahead and cover this one now. It should just make it to cover that inside part of the whole thing. Or you could just cover this part right here. Actually, I think on mine I'm going to cover just that part. I'm going to cover it with pink. Yeah, I think I'm going to cover it with the pink in the middle. Ooh, or because I have enough paper to make 2 of these guys. I do have pink paper. I just realized I got pink paper yesterday. Let's use that. And I mean, it's paper. So I got a bunch of stuff from Michael's because I got my gift card that I get every so often for doing like this market research thing. and never thought of making smaller like that. I always have made a full length of the spine. Yeah, and I usually make a full length of the spine too, but I like the way that it, so what I suggested earlier, so just keep in mind what I was telling everybody earlier is that if you are going to make a shorter spine, make sure you're using thicker cardstock. So I'm using 110-pound cardstock because it can support itself instead of you having to rely on the spine to support it, because you're not going to have anything supporting this upper end. But if you have 110-pound cardstock that you're folding in half, you're fine. It's going to hold itself up. But it gives you this really cool, like, floaty illusion up here that I really like. See? It's just kind of neat because it gives you that neat little look. And you could, like, shove stuff that hangs over it if you want to right there. Like, if you want ribbons hanging out from the back. One of the things you can do ahead of time is, like, put some ribbons hanging out right here that you can use as bookmarks, and you can put them up here and they won't interfere with the hinge being all like pulled up. But I just like the way it looks. It's just a fun little thing to do it that way. But if you are going to do it that way, where you're not going to do it the full length, make sure you're using 110 pounds. It'll hold itself up. But yeah, so I got the gift card, and so I went to Michael's and I got, they had paper. So they carry like thin paper now. Although, like I said, cardstock's pretty close. I know I'm always ranting about that cardstock. Alright, so wondering if I should. No, I should do that part. Yeah, it's fun to experiment and see different ways to do it, see what it comes out looking like. Okay, I'm being a little lazy about cutting this, but it's gonna get covered anyway on the sides. Yeah, because that's gonna get covered by another piece of paper. I know you'll be able to see that part up there, but that is okay because like right up there is probably all you'll end up seeing. I bought some of that koala paper. Oh my god, right? It's freaking gorgeous. I love koala paper. I said the only thing I ever had to complain about them is the bulk. When I buy it, for some weird reason, when I buy it in bulk, sometimes I get some funkiness. And I do not like that. But other than that, every time I get it from Amazon, it's fine. But I do got to figure out, I'm hoping that, you know, once our business grows more and we're not as such a tiny shop, that maybe Koala will listen a little more and go like, oh, let's make sure the paper we send them is cool. All right, well, just covering that spine up. So this is the first time I've used the Recollection paper. Never used the paper, so I don't know how it's going to react to me pressing and bending or anything like that yet. So hopefully it's good. Like in the past, they used to have great paper, great cardstock. A little itchy. That's okay. All right. So that covers our spine nicely. Then we can add this on there. Just gonna make sure that's centered up nicely. And I'm finding that spine really good because I want to make sure I can see that it's lined up as straight as possible. Is there a bunch of glue right there? There we go. Well, it's taking the abuse of me doing that a lot, so that's good. Cool. All right. So let's center this guy up and put this down. I'm going to use the beacon 3-in-1, so it gives me just a little more time for it to get put down. And you want to make sure the spine is down. Like I said, usually on the spine I have glue. I usually use tape, and it's usually the score tape, double-sided score tape, or what is it also called? Score tape, and I forget the name of it. I don't usually call it score tape. I usually call it by its other name too. I will figure it out. It's in my Amazon shop if you do want to get the same tape I usually use. Sukwang tape, that's what it's called. So it's either Sukwang, score tape, they're both the same. Score tape is just a company here that actually buys their tape from Sukwang tape and sells it under their own name. And I'm not 100% sure, like I said before, if Sukwang is the name of the brand or the name of the style of tape. All right, so that's nicely done. Yeah, I want to make sure it's straight. It's more important to make sure that it's straight from top to bottom on both sides. Otherwise, you're going to end up with all your pages turning. And you'll see it, even if you barely do it here, you're going to see it more when your pages are trying to flip and stuff like that. My glue eraser, I got a little glue up there. I don't know what to do with my glue eraser. Okay, not too bad stuff. Okay, so basically that is how you put together this portion with our little hinges here. Like I said, it's 8 hinges. I do like for this a 65-pound paper for hinges because it gives a little more flexibility. But I didn't know I had this paper yesterday when I was doing it. So now I'm going to show you how to make each one of the pages, okay? So again, the cover and the spine, 5.5 by 8.5. You'll need 2 of those. That's these. 2.5 by 8.5 is the spine portion. And it just depends on how thick your chipboard is. If you need to make it thicker, you double up all those numbers. The pages, you're going to need 8.25 by 10, 8.75 by 5.25, depending if you want to do a top load or a side load. So it's whatever mix and match of that you want of that. If you're doing the side load, just keep in mind you're going to need 2 sheets. If you're doing the top load, you're only going to need 1. All right, so, oh, and we did want to though, because we were doing 8.25, 5.25. I think we were going to go ahead, if I do these 5.25 and I do these 10, I need to add to this amount so that these equal the same. Okay, we'll do these 5.5. 5.5. Okay, we're making another correction. Only because I want the pages to be just a little bit bigger. No, that's right. Sorry. 5.25, and this is going to be 10.5 instead. Let me make sure that works out in my brain correctly. Or let me make sure that maths out correctly. All right, let's see. Let's do a quick test cut of that. So if I do 10 and a half by 8 and a quarter, and the 8 and a quarter basically is going to give us the length that goes inside the book, which you just want it just under what your book is. I mean, if you really want to, you could do the whole thing, because once you put this paper on, it does build just a tiny bit of a longer length to it, just barely, but you could actually just leave this at 11 and, you know, fold it in half, but then you might not quite, you might stick out a little bit. So I like to make sure that it's put in just a little bit. So we're doing those at 8 and a quarter. Instead of 8 and a half, we're only going to pop off that little 1/4 inch. And then this would basically be scored in half, which would be 5 and a quarter, because it's 10 and a half, so 5 and a quarter. Yeah, so I did that right. Oh, and this one needs the better, not the better, but the metal tip. Where's my metal tip? I put it away yesterday. Oh, there you are. Okay. Because it's 110 pound, I like using a metal tipped foam folder to do the creasing in here. So this gives you a top load. If you just fold your paper in half, this is going to give you a top load paper or page. Sorry, a top load page is what it's going to give you. So just keep that in mind. And then when we want to do our side loads, we're going to do the 5 and a quarter this way, lengthwise. So we are going to cut this 5 and a quarter by 8.75. Yes, by 8.75. That one's correct. Okay, by 8.75, you're going to need 2 of these to do the side loads. So 5 and a quarter by 8.75. Here we need 2 of those sheets. Double checking one measurement that I forgot to write down. I did. Okay. And then those sheets are each going to be scored at a 1/4 inch. I mean, sorry, at 1/2 an inch. You score these at 1/2 an inch. Doesn't matter where, but one of the ends needs to be scored at 1/2 an inch. Only one end, which is going to leave you an 8 and a 1/4 inch length page. So 1/2 an inch through it. That jumped 1/2 an inch. Okay. So you're going to have 2 of these scored at 1/2 an inch, just like that. And then you'll just glue these 2 pages together with those being on the inside so you don't see them. So let me show you. You want to press these down really good. Maybe. I was trying to see if there was actually a paper that would be long enough to do it so you don't have to use 2 pages, but you would have to get, not even legal size would work. And not even the other one would work. Yeah, no matter what, you'd have to glue 2 pieces together for a book this size. So I'm going to put glue there and do that side first. Make sure it's lined up at the bottom and on the sides. Just burnish that down really good. And then do the other side. Welcome in if you're joining us late, and if you were here yesterday. I'm just recapping how the pages were made and making sure the measurements are all good to go. They are much better now. Remember, I was winging it yesterday. And when I edit both of these videos, you guys are going to have a whole voiceover telling you all the correct sizing. So you guys can have the sizing to make it. Okay. So we figured this out now. So that gives you your side load page. And I'll show you why that is. So you're going to make whatever combo of these you want, as long as you end up with 8 pages. So if you want them all to come out of the side, you're going to make 8 of these, which means you're going to need 16 sheets of paper. If you're going to make them all with this, you're going to make 8 of them, and you're going to only need 8 sheets of paper. If you're going to do a combo, you're just going to have to figure out the math for the combo that you want to do the 2 of. I like to sometimes alter one after another, like back and forth one after another, but it's just up to you. So the way that you put these on the hinges, so you're going to make all of these however you're going to want. There's just pretty easy to get them on there. One thing that I didn't do before I did this, which I should have did, is, let me see how I'm going to do this. Probably this way. Cut these at an angle. It's not too important how far the angle goes in, as long as you go to the very tip end of that hinge right there. See, as long as you go to the very tip over here, don't cut down and in. It's going to make your pages harder to keep straight. So I'm just cutting them right at the top like that. What this is going to do is just helps you to put your pages on. And really, you don't even have to cut all the way down. I like to leave a little bit of a gap because you're actually going to put them on about 1/8 of an inch higher. You're not going to push them all the way down. You want them to be about 1/8 of an inch up, because if you push them all the way down, they end up really stiff. One more time. Yeah. So it's not super important that all of these like line up in that angle together, but you know, you don't want them too crazy, but you're not really going to see them. Okay. So when you put these on, if you're doing the in-half top load, what I mean by top load is that if you want to put some sort of insert or something, it's going to have to go on the top, unless you want it falling out the bottom, or you can just glue it all together and you don't even have to have an opening at all. It's just going to be a really thick page. When you're doing this, it's going to be pretty basic. You are going to glue this down, but you want to make sure, again, so let me see if I can get this kind of close in there so you can see it. I'm going to zoom you guys in just a bit so you can see this a little better. All right, hope you can see that just a little bit better. But when you glue this down, one, you're only going to want glue on this portion that's going to actually get put onto the hinge. Otherwise, you're going to have, well, actually, no, let me say that again. You are going to put glue on both sides of this hinge, and then on one side of the part that's exposed outside of the hinge. So when you close it up, you know, this side gets glue and the other side gets glue, but you don't put too much glue on the top and the bottom and it's spewing out. The other thing is, again, you can see right here where the crease is, and I'm just above the crease. You want to have a good amount of space just above that crease so it can move. If you put it too close and all the way down to the edge like this, if you put it all the way down, it's going to have a hard time moving back and forth. So make sure you don't put it too far down. All right, so the first one's usually the easiest, and that's going to be your guide to going through the rest of them. And you can start at either end. It just depends on how you're going to want to lay them out. It's just easier for me to do it on this end. And I shouldn't have put glue that far down. I did get a little glue on the bottom right there. All right, and then you want to center your page, make sure it's all lined up nicely on both sides. So right now I'm just putting that one piece so I can get it to line up nicely. And then we want to close this up. And then just keep in mind that when you glue it down, you're going to want this completely glued, and you're going to lose basically all of this for the width. Unless you're very careful about when you glue this portion down. You put your line just thinly at the bottom. You won't lose so much of the width. And then you just put a small line at the very bottom of your paper there and close that guy up. That'll close it. You'll have all three sides closed, and then you'll have a top load right here. Okay, and again, if you are new here, please go ahead and hit that subscribe and that thumbs up for me. It's going to help us a lot. We're trying to regrow on here on YouTube. And we're only, I think, 5 subscribers away. Let me refresh, but we're 5 subscribers. We're only 3 subscribers now. We've got a couple more. Yay! We're slow growing every day. But yeah, we only need 3 more subscribers to hit our 1,000. That's one of our first goals. Our second goal is we need to get 3,000 watch hours. It'd be even better if we can get 4,000 watch hours as quickly as possible. But if we can at least get our first 3,000, we'll be able to add some special features for you guys, and we'll be able to link our shop so it's easier to find the items that you see in our videos in our actual shop. So we'd really appreciate if you follow, like, subscribe. What do I say? Follow, subscribe, the same thing, but basically thumbs up, subscribe, hit the bell so you can get alerts for whenever we go live or post a new video. We'll be posting a lot. All right, so there's that first one. And again, that's our little top loader right here. So you can put card, whatever you want in there. One of the other things that I did with the other book that I made is that with the top load one, which you could do also, because you're not putting the hinge all the way to the top, you could do it if you put the hinge all the way to the top too. So like I said, you can make a hinge that's the full length of this, which is basically, you're going to make it just a hair under, or about 1/8 of an inch under the size that you make your page. You can, it's usually what a lot of people will do when they make their hinge. But one of the things that I found that I could do, because I put the hinge lower, is make a shorter pocket right here. So I have a cute little background, and I have this little wave right here, so that I can make a smaller one. And you can see my pencil mark right here, but still. But basically, because you can start where the hinge is, because this is not attached to anything. So you can like come all the way down. Even if you make a bigger one, you can always make like a little line down and cut from the top and make yourself like a little side pocket type of thing where it's not just all the way at the top. So you can actually cut that other piece off before you like glue it all in. It's kind of cool. All right, and then this one, this is the other pocket that we made where it sees through all the way together, and we glued at the top and the bottom. You can see the seams right there on the inside. And you're going to do basically similar to this. You're going to want to line it up with this sheet that you put in before to make sure it stays nice and straight, and then push it till you get to where you know you're about the same height as before. And sometimes what I'll do is just mark it a little, just a little pencil mark, so I know where to keep my glue above when I do this. Okay. I should have did it on the back side first, but that's okay. This one gets a little trickier with the gluing, I will tell you that. but it's not too bad. Okay, because this part is going to get glued down, but your other sides are still not glued down. So, again, I'm going to make a really light pencil mark just in there so I can make sure I stay above the gluing. And then on the inside, make a thin line near that other line in the bottom of the paper. You guys can see that, hopefully. See how I just did that? And then glue that in. And I always push towards the outside, because if I push it on the inside, I'm going to end up gluing more of the page than I want to. And I could just move some of that glue on the outside. If you get it fast enough, you can clean it up nicely. And that's it. And basically, you just keep going with whatever page you built. Sorry, dry throat there. And you'll keep getting each of your pages. And you just keep going, and you'll end up filling up the whole book that way with whatever type of page you want, top or side mount. A little bit something in there. But this will help you to build off. This is your base, and you can start doing all kinds of stuff after this. These are just your base parts of your pages right now. There we go. Whoops, get back here. I almost lost the little star needle that helps me declog stuff. Okay, so let's put this guy aside. Basically from here you just decorate, which is what we're going to do. We're going to finish decorating this guy. Sorry. All right, let me get you back where you guys were. There we go. Oh. Okay, sorry. I got a quick message from the, thank you. So I got a quick message from the shopper that was shopping for some groceries, and I making sure they got what I wanted. They did. It's cool. All right. So again, when I repost all these, edit it, don't worry, you'll have all the correct things, but I'll put that there. I'm going to clean this up, make sure you guys have a better idea of exactly what the measurements are. But right now, and see how this one's a little stiffer. They don't want to just lay down on their own very nicely. They're popped up a little bit more. It's because I'm using the 110 pound, and I think a couple of these put it up a little low. For the most part, they're pretty good. But it's because I used 110 pound on the hinge, so it doesn't want to lay down as much. Excuse me, got a hiccup. The more you play with the pages, though, the more it will become flexible and be able to turn easy. For anybody that hasn't made this or is wondering, like durability wise, I've had some of these for years. I've never had anybody say like a book's completely fallen apart or anything like that. So they're usually pretty good. Unless you're going to be throwing these around, these are probably not going to be books that you give to like a kid to play with type of book. But they're pretty durable. I've never had one like fall apart on me. They last a pretty long time. All right, so let's go ahead and decorate our pages, which it's time for a lot of cutting, really. All right, so one of the plans I was going to do is on this page, because I ended up with a little bit of an extra gap on this side when I did my hinge, because I was like winging it. I was just like playing yesterday, is that I'm going to put this in an overlay on top of that. And it's going to be a little window that we're going to do. Okay, this is one thing I really love about the paper. I missed it, but do you suggest 110 for the spine? It just depends. So like if you do 110 for the spine, it's going to be stiffer. I usually use 65 or 85 pound for the spine. 65 is pretty good. It's really flexible. The only thing I'm not liking lately is because of the 65-pound recollections that I usually buy. Has been a lot thinner. Like this is, it's like paper to me. It's so thin now. So it just depends on which one you're using. It's just, yeah, this is kind of really thin. So I'm a tiny itty bitty bit worried that it might be too thin. That would be the only thing. But this is supposed to be 65. If you're getting 65 from other places, it's probably thick enough. But 65 gives you a little more movement. I wouldn't use regular anything lower than that though. But I would say 65, 85 would be good. 110 is going to give you a little stiffer like this. So it's really up to you. I would say if you want the sweet spot, just go in the middle and go with 85 pound. Because you got to remember, even though it's like 85 pound, if you get it from different brands, it might not always be the same. Plus, also, the thickness really depends on the GSM, not really the pound per se. It's a little tricky. It's a little weird. And you have to make sure you're getting cardstock weight, not like index weight, cover weight, because you can have a 65 pound or 110 pound index weight, and it's going to be equal to 65 pound cardstock weight. It's like that. It's really weird. But yeah, just make sure it's cardstock weight. I would say sweet spot 85 pound. Why am I so blown out on the picture? Like, the picture of me is super bright. You're in my way. There you go. You see why I'm so bright. That's why. I'm like, why am I looking so funky? Okay, that wall behind me is almost the right color. Although I look super pale now. Alright, we'll just leave it about there. My hair's weird. Okay. Yeah, it still looks weird, but anyway. It's not as bad as it was. I was like blown out white. I was like, why is it so super duper bright? Okay. A little better. Okay, so let's do this. So this paper here is the koala paper, and that's why it's so nice and bright. And you can see it in my TikTok. No, sorry, not TikTok. So TikTok on the brain right now. It is in my Amazon shop. This is the paper that we use to print all of our papers that you guys order. And I use for all of my stuff. But I like it because it's got super vibrant colors. It is really forgiving. So right now where I just bent that, I don't have to worry about seeing a crease after. It'll come out. That being said, if you do want to like enforce a crease, it will hold. It's like magic paper. I don't know. I just really love it. Alright, so I'm going to cut this. I'm going to get to the point where it's a little looser. But I want to make this a little shaker window if I can. The only thing I got to see is if I have a sheet of acetate to do this with. I don't have a lot of small ones. I don't know if I have a big one right now. Sure, I can find one off a package or something. Yeah, I love this stuff. I mean, you can see, like, if I were to force this paper to, like, bend and do all this stuff, like, do you see how I'm bending it like that? I can't do that with regular paper. It would have tore on me already a long time ago. It's got to be the vibration from the printer printing. Yeah. Like, because every so often, like, yeah, it's always whatever's right there, right? Yeah. We have like a shipping table over there on the other side, and that's where the 3D printer is. And for a while, all of a sudden, we'd hear something fall, and it would be like a box of filament that was like up there really good. I believe it's basically just because when the 3D printer is going, it like vibrates and falls. I thought it was just funny. 'Cause every once in a while, it's like somebody does not like that filament. Same damn box keeps falling, but now just a paper fell. No bag. All right, I think this will be cute. Do we have a piece of plastic that would cover about that size?
Hmm?
Clear plastic, so I can make it a little shaker window. I'm trying to think of.
That same size?
Yeah.
That shape?
Just this size, just a rectangle. Yeah. I used to have sheets, but I haven't seen them since we moved. I'll find one.
Squish down the laminating sheet and cut it out.
No, because then if it gets hot, it might melt.
Laminating sheet would mess up.
It's not stiff enough.
Good. You don't think so?
I don't think so. All right, so that maybe, I don't know about that.
No.
All right, so it's gonna go like that. But is it gonna be clear, you think? If I
I know,
it's
sometimes
gonna
I get
have those
bubbles when you
bubbles and
try.
stuff in it. That's not gonna look
Yeah,
pretty.
it really depends on how well the press seats it.
Oh. I'm trying to see what I have so I know what to.
I don't think we have most of the
Oh wait, is that one?
set.
I might have just found one of my 12 by 12s that I've been holding on to forever. Let's see if it is. I'm trying to remember the last time. I know I made something not that long ago, but I used a piece of acetate. Ooh, maybe I can use this. How clean are you? Oh, maybe. This is a cover from one of the Cricut sheets. If I can get this clean enough, because it has a little bit of the pasty stuff. I might be able to use that. But I think I see something. It's really thick though.
You gotta take your gold back.
Hmm? What are you doing? Why are you putting that right there? I do have this. I just don't know if I want to use it for this. This is thick. I've had this forever, you guys. Clear scraps. It's a really thick piece. Do I use it for this? Okay, I'm gonna wait to see if I can find packaging first, because I don't know if I really want to use that really thick one for that. But at the same time, I haven't used it yet. We'll see. But this is gonna be like that. So this is gonna become a shaker right here over this, since I have a little bit of room to build right here. I think that'd be cute. I don't want to put it on the outside, because on the outside I want to add a lot of flowers and stuff to 3D it. So I want to put that aside so I know what that looks like at least. All right. And then I have this to play with for something else if I want to, really. Let's get the rest of the paper out. Where's my paper? Did I lose it? Did I lose it? Okay, it's really weird. I lost my paper. How could I get my paper? Oh, there it is. Put it in a weird place. Okay, here's the paper. So we definitely have more than enough pages because this is a big set. So, oh, I forgot about that piece. Let me glue that. It's a 30-page set. So we'll have enough to do both books. Because for both books, I need 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 single sides. And we have 40 single sides, basically. Okay, so this is the cover for this book. Let's find a cover for the other one. So let's see the possibilities on covers. This one. Oh, you know what I could do is both of these be the front covers on each book. I pick a different cover. Okay, we'll just put those all aside as cover options. So this is why I love this paper. If you guys are seeing this, and your screen's nice, you're gonna see how bright this is. This isn't like a saturation like overload. This isn't anything like that. Thank you. This is just the paper that we use. This is what it looks like. So this paper is available now on the website. If you want to get this set, like I said, it's 30 pages. It's 30 pages total, 30 sheets basically, but it ends up equaling 40 one sides, and then there's 10 sheets of ephemera, um, embellishments, ephemera, whatever you want to call it, cutouts. I love this set. I love this set so much I ended up making a full planner out of it. Stickers, bookmarks, planner cover, um, planner stickers, regular stickers, vinyl stickers, I should say, and then also a matching. There's a digital. You can get the digital version of this one, not of the planner yet. There's also a matching Pomodoro timer that you'll find right here on my YouTube. It's pinned right now at the top. So that's what that timer is, and that's why it matches this. And then also, what else did I put? I also made me a matching X-Tiles template for myself. So everything's all matchy-matchy right now to this set. This is how much we're adoring this set right now. I kind of like that one too. Let me see. I'm pulling out everything that could possibly be a cover. That's pretty too. All right, so those can all be covers of one way or another. Either way, we got to cut all these pages down. And then these are the embellishments, ephemera, cutouts, whatever you want to call them. So these are all different. This one, even though it looks like it's white all the way through on screen, there is actually a slight off-white border, so you can cut along it. And then also, like if a machine does it, it does have some of them. Sometimes it will catch the really slight off-white. Sometimes it won't, just to warn you. Same thing with this one. This one has a very slight off-white, but you can barely see this one right now. It's probably too. My glasses tend to block it, and then without them, I can't see. But all of these do have very small borders, but you do want to be careful if you're cutting them out on um, a machine instead of by hand. You might want to add like a border if you're going to do these, if you get the digital set. But I love the way these came out. And then these are like cards, so these are perfect like for slipping in, backing them up with cardstock or something, making them into another little foldable or something. We have the hidden paper clips again. So it shows you how on here, just how you got to fold them. But there's a full tutorial to watch a video on here. So you either scan that with your phone or tablet, click that if you open the PDF version. If you end up with the digital version, you can click on that button if you open the PDF, or click on that URL. And it'll show you how to put together a hidden paper clip. But this is all made so it all matches up nicely at the bottom and everything. And then some dolls for the inside. A little, like, you could call this a folio or whatever you want. It's smaller, so you know, you kind of like that's to tuck into the book, not to be a folio all on its own with the pages. Some tags, some pockets, some more little cards and stuff to shove in places, little strips to decorate, some tickets, more more pockets and things to put stuff in, and then these cute little, just, you can use these for tags, bookmarks, whatever you want, cards, flip outs. I think I'm going to use those for flip outs. Those will be really cute for a flip out. Okay, so let's see. We have options. Okay, so I know for sure with this book, I want this one to be the cover for this one. Because what I want to do is get some little cabochon flat back 3D flowers to put in these flowers. Just so they stand out a little bit more. I think that would be super duper cute. Thank you very much. But I'm thinking if I use this one on the other one, I could also use that as a cover, because I was going to do this front and this back. I think this would still look cute for this one, front and back. But let's see if there's another option. This one might be cute for the other one. This one be the front, because this one matches my planner. And I think these are cute for the inside. The only thing is, I think I want that for the back of it. Or this one for the back. I think this one will be better for the back. Everything has to be cut in half anyway for this particular books. So we're going to reserve these two for the other planner cover, and then the other pages can just go inside the planner, and then these will all be inside pages. So I'm going to give that one to that planner. That planner. I keep saying planner. That one to that mini album. So this is going to go to the other mini album. So we need to give 10 sheets each to each album, which we've already used one for the inside, but I also already cut 2 sheets out. Where's my second one? Oh, but wait, this one has an extra one because we're doing the cover other way. This one is going to end up using an extra one. It's going to be a little uneven. I might have to print an extra piece of paper, but that's okay. Oh, but I have an idea. So this one has 1, 2. This one's going to need 11 sheets. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. So that's going to need 11 sheets. That's going to end up with 9 sheets, but I have a solution. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is give that book these, because these can still cover a page nicely. So those are pages. And then these are going to just be all the ephemera that will be more than enough to decorate both books. Nice. So I have enough to do 2 mini albums with 16 pages each. Works for me. Okay. So the covers will come later. So we are going to decorate the insides now. And I want to cut them. Alright, so these are 8 1/4 by 5. And the other book is actually slightly bigger, so we'll do those later. So I'm going to give this a very small border. So we're going to do 4 3/4 by 8. 4 3/4 by 8 is what I'm going to cut all these down to. Okay. I keep losing my marker. I keep putting it face down. So 4 3/4 by 8 are what size I'm going to cut all my pages out to be. Which I'm not going to use for the other book for measurements because it's not going to be right. Look at that. Alright, so let's see. Let's get all these cut down real quick. Oops. And I love this paper cutter because it has that light. Alright, I want more of the top to show on this one, I think. I want more of the bottom. We'll split the difference. There. I think that'll be cute. Next page. And I love it because I can cut that itty bitty sliver off. That's got a tiniest little. Actually, that needs to go. Oh wait, what am I saying? So this actually still needs to be cut down a little bit more, 4 3/4. Oh, let's do split difference. Am I doing that right? Would I feel like I'm over? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut these down quite a bit. I should have definitely made my pages wider. I'm having to cut down a bit. Yeah, so I'm gonna cut out all the way down to that. Not quite centered, but it'll still be cute. Ooh, these are gonna be hard. Okay, there's my 8. So we need to figure out where the 4 3/4 will land. So my 4 3/4 is there. Right. Should be able to get all of her headdress. Yep, just barely. It's definitely be cute for a junk journal because we'll get everything in there when we trim so much off of it then. See, here's what happens. So with this, what's driving me a little nuts right now is that with this paper cutter, I love this paper cutter, but what happened with everybody's is this, the paint went away on here, and you can tell why. You see exactly where my arm lands and where my hand lands. See that? Perfect. Perfectly where all that lands. So it wore off faster because of that. in those spots, and the company realized that that happened. That's why they changed from the metal to the plastic part of it. But if what you guys can't see right now is you see my numbers are all missing right here, because I was always pointing things out when I'm cutting things and showing people just like this where the measurements were. So all that is pulled away. So they sent a sticker that you could put on here to line it up, but I put it down here because I don't want it right here. But I'm thinking they should have really sent two of them, so that way I could have another one up here, because I can't see when I'm covering it where that 4 3/4 is. Put a little tick mark there, just help me a little more. It's just I'm trying to get a visual idea of where and what I'm cutting off when I cut it off right now. Oh, this one's gonna suck. A butterfly is going to get chopped. Question is, which side? I think that side. So let's get this butterfly as close to the edge as possible. Oh, 4 3/4. Let's see, who else is on here tonight? I see some more people in here, but I don't know who they are. What is everybody else doing tonight? Is anybody else working on something? Or just kind of hanging out, watching stuff? It's not too bad of a cut there. Oh no. I was gonna try to like double up them, but if I do that, I don't know exactly what I'm cutting off yet. See how thin that can cut? I love it. That's why I put up with the missing numbers. Oh, I did cut off that tip though. Oh, this one's gonna be hard, so I'm not gonna get very much of the scroll in. What I should have did was save this one for the other books. The other book has wider pages. Oh well. This way. I don't want all of the... Alright, if I cut it on this side, that much shows. I'll still be cutting off a little bit here. I think that's not bad. Okay. I hate when I have to cut down paper so much. Okay. Does anybody wear, like, it's super cold? Heard about the whole crazy cold front coming in on the other side. We're cold, but we're not that cold. We're saying right now it's 49 according to my computer. 50. 49.50 right now. Not too bad. Forgot to do my 8. Celsius, so you're like 20 something? Is that right? Am I thinking that right? So what are you? Oh, 53. So you're about the same. It's about the same here. That's not so bad. Remind me, where are you? Yeah, that's a big chop off. That was not centered. Oh, hold on. I swear I turned off my notifications. Maybe not. Okay, let's see. Okay, we don't want to cut off any of the kitty at the bottom, so let's see. Good, just past his feet. Okay, let's see if I can get in most of the flowers. If I did that. Yep, looks like we got in most of the flowers. Ooh, okay. And I want to get in most of this. I want it to stay centered. We had rain yesterday, then last night it froze, so now driveway is skating rink. Oh gosh. That's no fun. Yeah, if we get cold, we're not getting this freezing, but we are getting like 40 something at night. It's not too bad. I think our low is supposed to be like 44 or something, 45 tonight. So what, 7 degrees Celsius or so? So not too crazy, but cold enough. All right, this is the cover. Which these right now I'm just going to cut off the trim. These should just be fine right on the cover as is. Yeah, these fit the cover perfectly. Oh, I do need to cut down this one, I think. kind of an extra one. This one can actually go over here, I believe. I'm trying to make sure I have everything correctly in there. But yeah, that one I think can go over there. Ooh, and then look at all of these. Okay, so this is a cool part about this. I can use all of these for like decorative strips now. So these I'm not going to get rid of, but I am going to clean some of them up. Okay, here's the only part about doing this. Okay. So I'm just going to gather up all the ones that I know I can use for decorative strips. Even this thin one would be so cute. Yes, paper beads. Oh my gosh, so many paper beads. Look at these. These would be so pretty as paper beads. Look. Alright, I'm going to put these ones to the side because, yes, very many paper beads. We are so making paper beads. Let's put that one there. That one's potential. Let's see which ones have good. I haven't made paper beads since the last retreat. Not the first one, but the last one. We made some then too. These would be great beads. And we are already planning the working on everything for the next retreat, which will be in May again, around the same time. We're looking at right now tentatively, mostly solidly dated at May 6th through the 9th. So the 6th through the 8th is going to be the regular days, and the 9th day is going to be our special Past People Day. We have a lot of fun stuff planned. But we are just finalizing some stuff up, rounding up our speakers. It's gonna be a lot of fun. A lot of people are still like doing the challenges and everything else that came with the pass last time. Ooh, that would be a thin one, but it might work. Okay, the rest of these are really thin, but we'll see if I can roll those. I'm gonna get rid of these other ones. This one's really pale, or only have a sliver. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. We worked out a few things. The only thing we're trying to like completely decide on is the group, because we felt like we didn't get, a lot of people don't like to go on Facebook group to like get the notifications for stuff, but so we added a group to my website instead, just for attendees. And we thought at first that we didn't have as many attendees on there that we did on the Facebook group, but when I went to go look at the analytics on it and just check to see really what happened, there was more people than I thought that actually did go on my website and like that group better. So I'm just trying to figure out still which direction that will probably go, because people really liked it. So on the website, after all, and not everybody is on Facebook, and a lot of people don't want to be on Facebook, so we're trying to figure that one out. All right, I think that kind of looks good side by side. Let's see. That one might look better side by side. My first one, I always put just like my first 2 pages. I always put like a more thought into what might go on that page that looks good next to the cover that's next to it. Because this already has a lot going on. It's going to have a bunch of stuff going on. I think I want something a little more simple or so on this side. Maybe. this one, because I had to cut off so much of this. This might go into those pages that I have the little wave on them. These two might be the wave pages. This one did not center, which I did not like. But this actually might work here because it didn't center. Because it kind of feels like a flip out of this page. So I think that one will be there. I'm just thumbing through real quick just to make sure that I have like characters spaced out, all of that. Okay, I think that'll work. Okay, so I think I'm going to save these two because they don't have a ton going on at the top for the little wave pages. And then we'll put all these other ones on the other pages. And I think that will work out pretty good. Now, I'm trying to think which one do I want to use glue-wise. This might be faster, but right now it's drying really fast, and this dang thing doesn't want to. I don't know what happened with this one. I am wondering if this is not art glitter glue. This might be Eileen's tacky. Yeah, this is Eileen's. That's why it was coming out funky. Now I know why it soaked my other paper. Well, we can finish using up this, I guess. Yeah, that was Eileen's, not art glitter. That's why my other cover's spine came out funky. I see people, and like one of my friends that does like a lot of junk journals, well, at least she used to. She used Eileen's, like the gold, but it was the gold extra one or something like that. And hers never really seemed to warp too much, which I don't know how, but mine always warped with that one. Nice and smooth. So one thing you can do before putting your pages in is decorate your pages first. Some people like to decorate them first. Some people like to decorate them after. I might just decorate all those other ones first before actually plopping my pages in. It's a little easier. Just a little bit. One thing I hate about the Beacon 3-in-1 is that's wonderful smell. Try not to use it that often. This guy is, I'm changing the name. If you guys heard me yesterday, it's called the Stamp Smooshy. So if you want to go find it on the website right now, it's called the Stamp Smooshy. But basically, it's a pressure tool. You can use it for like stamping and, you know, rubbing down your stamp to make sure it gives you an even coverage. Or you can use it for things like this to smooth things out, which is really cool. It comes with an extra felt pad, but it's a felt pad, and this is like 3D printed. I had made one of these for myself a long time ago on a regular piece of wood, and but since we've made these in different colors, and so if you want it go ahead and find it on there as Stamp Smushy, but I will be changing the name to the Craft Smushy. I just, for some reason, keep forgetting to do it. All right, so I kept the part that I cut off right here so that I can kind of get an idea of where to cut it off here. Gives me a little bit of a template this way. I want to go just below it, about there. Okay, my theory is that if I put this on here and center it, right? I'm putting it on here and centering it as much as possible. And I take this piece, I'm not going to line it up to the top where it was, I'm going to line it up to where that piece of paper cuts off. On the side here, should give me a pretty accurate amount of what I need to cut off.
Amazing.
Hmm? You made a thing? What was the thing you made?
More things.
More things? Something fun or practical.
Yes.
What is it?
It's part of the other thing.
Oh, it's fun because it looks cool, but it's practical for the pool.
No.
It's just fun because you like making shit.
Yes. And no.
It's the best part about having a 3D printer. You can just make stuff when you need it. Okay, I can't see that last line. Hold on. Let me line that back up for a second. This is a very, very, very light pencil. It's a 4H. If you know anything about the pencil leads, 4H. It's a very hard pencil lead, so the line comes out very thin and light. So I could not see where it was right here. There it is. All right, so if I follow this carefully, it should end up with a piece that works with that wave that I have. Yeah, not bad. Okay. A little funky right there, but not too bad. Oh, I think it looks cute. We got this. Maybe we could use for something else after. Oh, I could probably make a pocket out of that after on another page. Another pocket. All right, let's get that there. My glasses are making my eyes burn. There's something else making my eyes burn. Is it getting warmer in here? Or it's just because I have this on now?
I can do movie now.
Probably. Yeah, I'm moving back and forth a lot more instead of just standing here with the, sitting here with clicking. My receipt is ready. Why didn't I hear did you hear the door thing go off? Can you grab the thing to order, please? I don't know how long it's been there. That can't be possible. That must be old. Said my receipt is ready, but that was at 4:16 p.m. Your receipt isn't usually ready until after they drop it off. So that's not possible. There's also a delivery out there, it looks like. There we go. Maybe they just dropped it off like right now. Yeah, you probably see somebody out there. Like a friend. My phone might be silenced. That might be why I didn't hear it. Or I just wasn't paying attention. Whistle? Why do I hear whistle? Yeah, that's somebody trying to whistle. I don't know if it's Kylie trying to whistle. Let's see. The stream's current bitrate is lower than something. Did I get choppy there for a minute? It's gonna be so bright and pretty. Okay, except this little pointy bit right here has been driving me crazy. Not too bad. I do need to do some cleanup because it's looking a little shabby at the moment, but not in the right way. I think once I'm done with it, it'll be cool. Actually, you know what I could do? That's not too bad, right? How's that look? Does that look weird? Does that look okay? If I put that in there, is that cute? I'm asking them. You look weird. Go get the groceries. I can't remember what I got.
Probably more refrigerated out than it would be in here.
Probably. It's mostly veggies. But I think one of them. Did they actually find the cauliflower this time? Oh, they did. A little what? Table? Oh, the table. Table's cleared. That's probably one of the thingies or something. Old people stuff. I'm thinking no, because mom usually hears that thing. She comes running out here. We're trying to figure out. I was trying to figure out why the Ring doorbell thing wasn't going off, because usually I can hear it, or it pops up on my computer screen, or it pops up on my phone. It's a little chime, tells us somebody's there, but I don't remember hearing it. My mom usually hears it and she comes running out. She'll like right away be on her phone. There's somebody at the door. But twice something's been delivered and nothing.
Right.
The rest should be vegetables. Oh, I got the spaghetti squash. I'll make spaghetti squash. You have to bake it. Is it big? It says 3.2 pounds. That's not bad. Huh? Did you get the wrong?
Spaghetti squash. But let's still butter it.
No, it's spaghetti squash.
Yeah.
No catch.
Don't like football size, but
No. Olives.
you sure?
Although they didn't have, the other ones cost like way more this time. So I didn't get them. They were like $1 extra each. I'm hoping they're not bad. Wait, is it really small? Oh, I thought I got the bigger one. Oh well. It's not gonna go to waste. Oh yeah, that's probably why it was only $1 something.
Summer maybe?
Yeah, we need cauliflower for sure.
Oh, along the back fence, sugar cane.
You're gonna process the sugar?
Yeah. Well, you don't have to use it. You can have it just like that, or you can blow that off the block.
Okay. You go for that. So the house we moved to.
That'll take a year, so you won't have it to the end of the year. That could be possible too. Probably closer towards like December. Won't be ready for December.
Yeah, so the house we moved to that we're renting has a huge yard. Fabulous. So we're gonna plant all kinds of stuff. So we've been planning out what we're gonna be planting, which we should be planning already. Yeah, we need to finish planning already.
Yeah, I'll start clearing everything. Most of the stuff already. Yeah, most of the stuff needs to go in.
Go out there and start finish cleaning out that one bottom part then. Is there stuff that's still, we gotta pull all the stuff off the walkway part though, right?
Okay.
where the tarp fell.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, if anything, we'll pull that up, pin it into the dirt. I was thinking maybe we should just have them dump a couple of loads of the mulch in the middle part. Just cover it.
In the middle?
The center. In mulch, covered in mulch.
How? How are they going to double it? I mean, how are they going to dump it there?
Be dumped either in the back or on the front, one of the two.
I'm saying, so we put out a tarp. If we put out a tarp and have them dump it on it, like 4 tarps or something, or like a bunch of tarps, have them dump it all out, but just pull up the tarps in sections and drag them up, maybe? I don't know.
No, not gonna work, especially through the little gate in the back. That's the bad part about the big yard. The openings aren't that big to get into.
Yeah. So our yard has.
Easier, but it's harder to get up.
We want to go get mulch, but the yard is in 3 levels. Let me get a drink.
Unless they dump it over the wall.
I don't think they could. But yeah, so the backyard's like in 3 tier levels, and they're huge levels. And the only way to get up to them, they're not steps. It's a like hill. It's concreted, but it's still basically you're walking uphill type of thing. There's a few steps when you first like get to the landing area of the first level. So we go out. It's flat when we go out the door to the pool and like driveway areas and all that. Then you go up, and I mean, we're like a lot. We're about 8 feet up or so. The next level, like when you actually get to the middle level, not where the walkway part is, but the actual middle big level is about how high up off this side. About 8 feet.
From ground level?
8 to 10.
From our ground level to the top of the middle level?
Yeah.
Or to the bottom of the middle level?
Yeah.
That's about a 4-foot wall, plus another 3.
I'd say about 8, right? 8 to 10.
7, 8.
Yeah, I would say about somewhere about 8 feet. So yeah, so the next level up is 8 feet from here. Yeah, it's just kind of like a double ledge, but still, like the main part we would have to go put stuff is like about 8 feet off of the bottom level. And then there's another about 4 feet, 4 feet, about 4 feet to the next level. The very top level is where we're going to have most of the like planting in a big flat area, like the big part of the yard. The middle level is going to be more like flowers and grass. It's just like a kind of hangout place area, spot, whatever. But it's really big. I mean, like, what do we say? How big is the middle section?
The middle section is just the one portion of the yard is 30 wide.
Oh, what am I doing?
70 long.
Yeah. He's saying it's 30 wide, 30 feet, 30 feet by 70 feet. 30 feet by 70 feet. It's huge. You can play freaking football or something up there, no problem. And that's just the middle section of where we want to try to get. And I know I should not have put the glue on this part. I wasn't paying attention from talking. Which means that's why luckily I stopped myself from putting it on the edge right now. But yeah, so we're trying to figure out how to like get big amounts of mulch and stuff up there, because it's a lot to climb it up there. And then the third level, the cool thing about the third level, but still not, may not work anyway, but is that on the third level there is a back gate that goes out to like a horse trail back area, a walking area, but it's like big, so cars can go back there and trucks and stuff can actually go back there. But the gate that we have to bring it in is just like a little smaller metal garden gate. Yeah, it's just like it's a garden gate basically, metal but still. So it'd be nice if we had like an actual, like, see some of the properties here, which I really like. Some of the properties here actually have big gates they can drive in from the back, which is perfect. So if somebody needs to come dump something in the yard, you could do it, which would be great. But trying to get it over the fence or anything. It's not just like a regular fence. I did it again. Why did I do this? Oh, I guess it still works since I know how far off the edge is. But yeah, so we're trying to figure that out because the back area is where we want to put part of it, the very, very top level. About a third of it is already dedicated to where the shed is, and there's a concreted little platform area, and then all that area has fruit trees along the edge of it. And we figured right there could be growing area, maybe a greenhouse area, because it's already cemented and has like sort of makings of a cover.
Trying to make sure don't block that little step behind it.
Yeah. Um, and but that's gonna be where our bigger like squash and uh, cucumbers and lettuce and all that other veggies and stuff will be. The middle section, like I said, is going to be surrounded because it's rectangle. Each part is rectangle like this, and that's the part that's huge. It's going to be like flowers, like you see right here, along the. It opens up over here, and then the walls right here, and then it just kind of falls off right here into like a planter bed that's below it about 2 feet or so. All this is flowers up to about here. There's another little planter bed over here that we're thinking. What did we say we're gonna put in that one? Sunflowers maybe or something in the planter bed. Or was that where the mint was gonna go? So when those on this side of the, what do we say? Oh, the chicken coop.
Oh, yeah.
Chicken coop.
But that would probably be on the second level.
Second level, right?
Yeah.
On the end of the second level. Yeah. So the end of the second level, chicken coop. Below the second level is sort of like this planter bed area that wraps all the way, like all the way around the edge.
Just remember, we can't put it there.
Why?
Because it can't be closer than 10 feet to the property line on the sides.
Ugh.
We can put it right against the back wall, since there's no property behind us.
Oh, but then that takes away from most of the veggies.
Yeah.
But
Then how big it is?
The very bottom area has a planter bed all the way around. Or not the very bottom, sorry. In between the bottom and the middle area, there is kind of like a little drop level.
A little terrace.
Yeah, like it's, I guess, terracey.
Like
but that's where we want to put like the herbs and spices, the fruit, the like viney fruits like strawberries and things like that, berries. We could put some of the vegetables right there. I'm thinking. I wonder if we could put like the lettuce and all that right there.
No, the lettuce has to go in the back because it needs to be grown underneath the tomatoes and the color stalk stuff. So the lettuce will grow and be harvestable prior to other stuff. So it keeps everything all together and stuff. The lettuce grows, and by the time we pull the lettuce out, because they have to be pulled completely out, because they don't just keep regrowing, pull the whole lettuces out. Then the basil and stuff like that can grow over the top of that, keep the shade on the tomatoes, keep growing up.
So yeah, so don't be surprised. We have a little extra YouTube channel later showing our fumbling mess of us trying to do this.
Like corn and all that kind of stuff, that's what would be growing underneath that stuff while it gets taller.
Yeah. Because we had like a tiny bit of a setback right now because a lot of things, but mostly funds. But also we had like a bad windstorm, so everything got a little messier. But at the same time, it kind of helped us because it blew everything at the edges. So yeah, it kind of like when we first got here, they pretty much leveled everything. Because I guess whoever lived here before didn't really take care of it, and like the weeds and everything were growing past the walls, which are pretty high. Um, it was like really high that they were growing over it and on the other levels, and so it was really bad. So they basically just had somebody chop it all down and flatten it, but
it wasn't gone.
Yeah, it wasn't gone. It was just dormant.
Chopped it down. Well, no, because the things are still sticking up on the ground.
Yeah, there was stuff sticking up. I don't know. They didn't do the greatest job at it. They basically just chopped it.
Chopped it down to about like an inch or two.
Yeah.
So it was like shrub, like.
So really, since we've gotten here, my brother's been like fixing all of the, because they were like, oh, you guys are not taking care of it, you're not watering it, and we're like, well, yeah, sprinklers were not hooked up correctly, or if they were causing floods because they were broken. And because I remember her saying something, the owner had said something about, do you guys know your water bill is like really high? And I'm like, well, yeah, because we didn't notice there was a bunch of leaks back there. Been nice to know.
Yeah, the sprinklers
Yeah.
But they weren't hooked up to the timer. All the wires are all messed up.
So yeah, like the whole place, we've had, my brother's been like fixing all the sprinklers.
The ones in the back were hooked up and running, but we didn't realize they were full of leaks, so they're just flooding everywhere.
Yeah, a lot of stuff was just a mess. So everything had to be fixed. So we haven't been able to really do any of the planting because everything has to be fixed first. All the sprinklers have to be fixed. All of the things need to be restored back up. All of the things need to be mended, and they left like a bunch of pipes and stuff everywhere. Yeah, the pool we had. Yeah, there was like the pool stuff had to be fixed. It was so much. And then she's like, "Well, you guys haven't done anything." Well, no shit. Yeah, we basically been fixing her property very nicely for her since we've moved in. Um, so yeah, which we really love the property. We'd love to have it ourselves, but we are finding all the things that are wrong with it. So we had a lot of financial setbacks, business-wise and everything else. So we're having to regain from that first. But once all that's done, you'll see maybe an extra channel. You get to see us doing all that stuff. And it'll be fun. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to do this. Every time I make this line, I can't quite see it. But if you also like gardening, because believe me, we're not going to be experts at it. We're just going to show you what we're doing. And you have an idea of what not to do probably in the end. If people watch us, because we're probably going to have like some goof ups. But then we might surprise you. Yeah, you guys can tell us what we should and shouldn't do.
What should we do? What shouldn't we do?
Especially if anybody's in California, you can tell us what to plant. We're in El Paloma. We're way up high in El Paloma. Huh? Are we 1,000? No. 2,000. Yeah, we're almost 2,000 feet above sea level, which is weird. Okay, so like in other places, you guys probably like, okay, whatever. But in California, that's really weird to be at a 2,000-foot level. That's like you're in the mountains kind of thing. But it's weird. Like when I explain,
we are maybe 50 miles away from the ocean, which would be 0.
Yeah. It's weird. It's not. I've never been that high up above sea level.
You go from 20 miles.
It's weird.
0, 20 miles, like maybe about 50 miles. Yeah. In 50 miles, you go from 0 to 2,000.
Yeah, so basically it's really odd. But yeah, so if anybody knows good planting tips for California weather, we get a little colder here and just a little bit hotter. We don't get as hot as the rest of the inland because we're technically Rancho Cucamonga, but we're on the edge of it, so we don't get the same weather they do. They get much hotter still because we're all the way west. We're just before like you start to go, I mean, sorry, east.
West, right? East or West Rancho.
Yeah, we're West Rancho. That's it. We're all the way west. You said east.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. We're to the east. What are you talking about? You're talking about west.
We're to the east of Los Angeles. We're not to the east.
Yeah, right on the border of Los Angeles County.
Yeah, basically we're west of Rancho Cucamonga because some people know where that is, or like we're San Bernardino County, but we're on the like border of LA County. But if anybody is out here that is used to that kind of weather, but you're up higher altitude wise, because we also have to worry about animals. Yeah, coyotes, squirrels, bears. What else did we get so far? Bobcats. I haven't seen deer.
No, I don't think
We're not that far close to it, right? Yeah. But yeah, so we're like all in that area. So we need like tips and tricks on how to plant for that. And we still haven't dug into the soil. I know they've had a nice garden here before though. At some point, somebody had one because I looked at aerial views of the house. So I could get a better idea of what it looked like. Yeah, there's a lot of rock. But a lot of the properties I notice have rocks. But if I'm not mistaken, because the mountains here are rocky.
Yeah. I'm wondering how they grew in there when like you go down like 2 inches and you got rock.
Yeah. So we have kind of a mixed, a really mixed
You need at least like 4 to 6 inches.
gravel.
Like,
But yeah, whoever lived here before though did have like a bunch of vegetables and stuff because I saw an aerial view and you saw like just rows of green and different things growing. So they were growing something very easily here. Or not maybe not easily, but they were growing pretty well here. And then the fruit trees and all that grow really good. The problem was like when we first moved in, like I said, the sprinklers were not working up there. And so a lot of stuff wasn't getting watered. Because we didn't start planting because we wanted to see what was also planted already and what still might grow back from before. And there was a few things like we saw like lettuce at one point was on one of those lettuce or bok choy or something in the middle section. In the middle section there was something there. Yeah, but that was something. That was some sort of a lettucey type of plant. And then we have a lot of wild like and garlic chives and onion chives. We have some sort of weird potato. Uh, well, they said not to eat it if it turns a certain way, but you could eat it a different if it's done. I don't know. Yeah, it was overripe or something like that. Some sort of purple Asian potato. I don't know what it is. If you know what it is, let me know. And then there was we got big tall. We're still trying to figure out if it was onions or garlic or what it is, but it's very tall. And it looks like I think they call it the hard garlic or something. I forget what they call it, but it's the one that grows really tall and has a big white pom pom at the top. We got that. I forget what else. We saw all kinds of stuff growing, so we were trying to figure out where stuff was actually growing, so we didn't kill it off. But then it just got like we ended up with a very hot summer. Which it wasn't just here, like just because of where we are. It's because it was hot. It was a hot summer. I was like, what the heck? I moved from Vegas to here, and I'm like, dumb thing followed me. It was so hot. Right. If you guys are here again, if you're just coming in, hello. Oh, let me see my goal. Let's see if we've made our subscribers yet. We were only 3 away from hitting 1,000 subscribers. Oh my God, we're at 999.
Who's gonna be the
999. Who's new here? Let me know. Hit that subscriber, please. We are 1,000. If you subscribe right now and you tell me you hit 1,000, I will send you some digitals. Hit that thing. You got to keep watching though. You can't disappear on me. In a week when I go live again, you got to be there. And when you hit that, when you come on here and I'm live again in a week, say hi again. I will send you your digitals. Oh yeah, I did tell me that there was people here. My thing must be on. Let's see. Yeah, we only need one more. You guys share, hit that thumbs up. We only need one more. And we hit that 1,000 finally. It took a long time. I've been trying to regrow this and then things would happen and we didn't regrow anymore and it was crazy. But don't fake subscribe either. Like if you don't really want to be here, it's okay. And don't like if you have another account, don't subscribe just to subscribe. Because that doesn't end up working. My account will end up going just right back down again. I want to get like over quite a bit, a little bit over the 1,000 to make sure I stay steady at 1,000. Yeah, but I'm almost there. Almost there. I'm 999. Come on, people. Let's see what I got. No. Sorry. It's a little evil there for a second. Something I just saw. I'm not going to say what it was. All right, let's see. All right. Some of these I think are coming in from, I sent an email out to the people that are on my website. So again, if you don't know me, Monique Leslie, I'm a Misfit Crafter. I've been doing this for forever. And you guys can go check out our website. It's misfitcrafterstudio.com. And you can get a free membership. It's absolutely free. In the description, there's links to it. There's links to the shop. There's links to our blog. Head over there. Like I said, membership is free. You get access to all the freebies and everything once you get the free membership as well. So you get a lot of perks. You get access to all the freebies. You get access to all the groups. We have all kinds of different crafting groups, from junk journals, mini album, junk journal groups, a general crafting group, scrapbooking group, card making group, planner group, entrepreneur group, creative entrepreneur groups, a creativepreneur group, I guess you'd call it. What else? I know we have a few different ones, and we'll add other groups as people start joining with more interest. But like I said, we do have a general crafty maker group. We're probably going to add a 3D maker group on there, because I am starting to get a lot of people that do 3D printing, that are buying 3D printers left and right. I know. I stuttered. That's why. If you have not noticed, I've done this my entire life. But yeah, so we'll probably start a 3D printer group on there too. And that one, that's gonna might be my brother to be in charge of that, because he does a 3D printing. And I don't want to learn that part as much. I do, but I don't, because I've always wanted a 3D printer, and it's really cool. But my brain can't take any more creative stuff and mathing. There's a lot of mathing. I can do the mathing because I do it all the time when I'm making things, but it's one more thing to learn to math on. I'm pretty good with that technology stuff, but still. If you have a 3D printer, let me know. Because yeah, I'll probably start that in there too. When was the last image? Huh? Yeah, definitely. If you have a 3D printer, sure, let us know which one you got. We would definitely like to know. How do you like it? What do you use it for? Yeah, what's the best filament that you guys like? Because my brother gets angry at some of them. Just Polymaker? He doesn't like them all.
It's more consistent. It's the one that we use for our products. But I can't find an alternative. A decent one. It's not overpriced.
If you need something 3D printed, let us know too. We might be able to just make it for you. We're also still looking for ideas of, I wish they would make, when it comes to crafting and everything. Let us know that, because that's where a lot of our tools came from. From my head of, I wish they would make, and every so often, other people. Connie from Connie's, I forget what her name is on there. Connie's Creative Crafting, Connie something. I think she's live right now actually too. She recommended something. She said, I wish they would make a tool that, wasn't a punch or anything, but that you could quickly just cut off the edges for tags. Because like all the rest of us, every time we try to make a tag and we try to cut the corners to make like a cute little tag like this, and you're like chop chop, it's never the same, and you chop 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 chop, and it ends up bad, really bad. It's either that or you end up having to buy a tool that costs a fortune that punches it for you, or the punches aren't white enough. Because I have like punches that are supposed to make like tags um, and bookmarks, like edges really cute for you, but they're always really thin. They never have one that's like a nice big chunky bookmark size. Um, so she wanted us to put it on our original tool, so instead we ended up coming with like a whole 5-in-1 tool plus another thing that goes with this, but basically It's super simple because all you got to do is line it up, chop, chop, and you get even edges every time. So, and I was always like, I wish they would make a one of these pressure tools, but it didn't hurt my hand because every other one that I saw, you had to grip it, and my hands hurt because I've been typing freaking all my life almost. um, so I wanted one that was not so bad. I completely got that just a little off there, but that's okay. Um, so yeah, if you have any idea of, I wish they would make, let us know. We might be able to do it. Let me see. I keep refreshing. I keep sitting at 999. 999. Come on, people. Okay. Sorry. I get excited. Do, 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 do. Not yet. Peoples. You know what sucks is like TikTok came back up today, right? But like, no, not everybody knows, and some people do know, but they're like, eh. Let me see. There we go. Let's see if we get that 1,000th person. 999, yeah. That's crazy. See, if every, like, even just a quarter of the people that are on my website would just friggin' subscribe, we'd be well over our goal. We got a lot of people on there. I think I want to hit 10,000 people. I want to hit 10,000 members. And right now I think we're sitting at, well, okay. So I want to hit 10,000 subscribers for my website, for the newsletter. That would be great. And I think we're at about 7,000 something subscribers, or 6,000 subscribers, something like that. I forget. And then members, we're sitting at about 3,000 something. So we can hit 5,000 members. That'd be cool. I think I'd have a 5,000 member celebration. So if you are on my website, share and grab some people over. We're also going to be reviewing, we're going to do a big call, which you can apply now if you want to, for design team members and affiliates for our shop and website. And if you're a design team member, you do definitely have to apply. You definitely have to follow, meet some qualifications. One, you need to have a social media presence of some kind, and it needs to be crafty related. We do consider very small channels, small everything else, but you do definitely have to know what you're doing, be at least familiar with, posting and doing videos and stuff like that. But you can apply on the website. If you go to the website and you go to I think it's the last tab on the right, will say Menagerie Crew, and you can apply there to become on the Menagerie Crew itself. And you can also apply to be an affiliate, which basically means every time you refer someone over to the website, you will get, and they buy something, you get a 10% of what they buy. If you are a Menagerie Crew member, does not make you automatically an affiliate. You need to apply to be both, or say that you want to be both. But if you do make it as a Menagerie Crew, you are likely to make it as you're also going to end up being an affiliate, because that way you make money off of it. At the same time, you get, right now, the Menagerie Crew is mostly digital product, which means you'll need to be able to print stuff. But as we go along and our budget gets bigger for painting things, we send out physical items. There are people that have gotten physical items to use though. So it's not like you never will get them. But the more you do and the more we see that you're actually bringing people to the website, then the more you're apt to get physical items on the Menagerie Crew. Same thing with affiliates. If you're bringing a lot of money or a lot of referrals, I should say, not a lot of money, because it's not always about the money, it's also getting people there. You also maybe get sent over physical items and digital items as well. If you just want to be an affiliate and you don't want to like really commit to doing like the posting and that, because you do have to commit to doing 2 to 3 posts a month, and it just depends, like if and a little bit more during our release days. So when we do like new releases, we do ask that you are on it when we release stuff, and we're getting more organized about it, so we're not just like, oh, here we go. So we're trying to get on a good release schedule, and so that I can warn everybody like ahead of time on what's coming out, so you can plan for it. So right now we have 4 design team members, and I think 8 affiliates right now. We're very small, like I said. But if you want to grow with us, definitely go apply. We have a lot of fun on the website. So go join the website, have some fun over there as well. You can tailor your subscription to, like email wise, if you don't want to get so many emails, be sure to tailor it. Be sure to put your birthday in, because members also get like birthday gifts. We were slacking a little bit this past end of the year, because when I moved to California, like everything's been kind of crazy. Nothing, of course, went exactly the way it was supposed to, but it was a lot of upheaval during this time. So we are slowly getting back into the groove of everything. Like, we can't believe it. How long we've already been living here. Like, it still feels like we just moved here. Okay, we're at 999. Okay, if you're like just joining us, be sure to say hello and make sure you subscribe. It's still sitting at 999, you guys. I'm going to lose it. Share it, guys. Share it, please. There's like a share button on the bottom. You just share it to your other social media. Send people over. We're gonna try to hit that 1,000. The last page. Woohoo! Okay, all our pages are covered. So here's what we have so far. Actually, I should have waited to do some of these pages now that I think about it, because then I don't make any room for my flip outs or anything. But I have a plan. I have a plan. I can fix that. Actually, you know what I think I'm going to do? Yep, I'm going to make a few flip outs for some of these, because right now this is just a basic pager. This isn't doing any tricks for us right now. But I wanted to do a basic cute one. But this is super cute. I love the pages, but I think I am going to do a few flippy tricks and stuff like that in it, because usually I'll do like flip outs and turned out pages and pop-ups. But I just really wanted to see these in a book, and so I stopped thinking about that. But I still can actually add some flip outs from this page here. So I can add another piece of paper that's going to go in here, and I'll show you how to do that. So I can add like another piece that goes out this way, and then I can also add some from the top ones. So this one already has like its little trick, but I can do it so I can add a page that comes out like this out of the top, and then we can add more pages. So I'm probably going to have to print more paper more than one thing. All right, for this cover though, because I got funny bent right here. I'm not sure what I did to cause that. My fold's a little weird there for some reason. That's why it's right there. Yeah, I see what it is. There's glue missing under there. That's what's wrong. right there. Let's get in there and fix that. Okay, somebody just followed me on Pinterest. So let's see if they follow suit and come over here and follow me here too. They will be our 1,000th person. 1,000th person. Come on. We hit 1K. Okay, was that okay? So I see Kim Wright followed on Pinterest. Kim Wright happened to be here and just followed me on here. Let's find out. I think I have to. It's weird though. Like it's not telling. Usually it tells me that people have followed me and who they are, and it's not telling me who has. So like I got a new subscriber a day ago. It's telling me 2 of them from a day ago, but it's not telling me. I'm not getting any notification from YouTube telling me right now that anybody else has followed me. But I have somehow hit 1,000 finally. I don't know why though. Let's see if it tells me anywhere else. But yay, we hit 1,000. You guys are so quiet. I don't know who's watching, but you guys are quiet. Let's see if it tells me who it is. Yay! It's giving me little like confettis when I went to my account that I hit 1,000 subscribers. And then they'll probably send me an email because I think when I hit like a long time ago when I hit like 500 or something or my first 100 or they had sent me like a little certificate or something. I don't get one of those pretty plaques or anything yet. I don't think so. No. 1,000 I know they send you like a little they'll send you a cute little thingy. Huh? Yeah, they'll send me a digital paper. Oh, feedback. I want to see stuff. Am I live updating? So now I got to see if I maintain that 1,000 is the next thing. So we got to keep that 1,000. So we still got to share and get it to go higher. The minimum to monetize or do anything like that is 1,000. Well, it's 500 for one level, but you need 3,000 watch hours and 1,000 on another level with 4,000 watch hours. So I've hit that 1,000, so we're good there now. Now I just got to hit the 2 watch hour watch, like I think it's called public watch hours. So it's how long you guys watch my lives or how long you know stay here watching the live and how long you watch my videos. And there will be a whole lot more videos to watch. But it goes off of those counts. And so I have a lot to go to hit that 3,000 first mark and even more to go to hit that 4,000 second mark. So please, please, please watch the videos. You're taking a shower. I watch a lot of people's videos or listen to a lot of people's videos or things like that, or their lives or the podcast when I'm taking a shower. I leave them on in the background or when I'm getting ready in the morning. I have people that I follow run, whether I'm watching or not. If I want to learn something or not, just help support them a little. So I encourage you to do that too. It'll be so much fun. All right, we are inking up this so much. Let's get our new distress oxides. I wonder how to look with this. I think red would be too much behind it. I think it'll change the look, huh? We'll stick to the blue and the pink, but I don't know which one to put. Do we want most of it blue? This is such a darker blue. I'm thinking I kind of want to do this one a little bit more blue. And I don't have a dark blue distress oxide. That's Mermaid Lagoon. That's Broken China. I wonder if Broken China would be better. It's more along the deeper blue. But I do have Faded Jean. I think that's perfect. It's a regular. It's not an oxide though. But I think that would be so pretty. I haven't done blue in a while. How's that look? Because I did put a lot of blue in this. I think I'm going to do Faded Jean. You don't see too many like dark blues. I'm just going to find a dauber. I don't think I have enough cleaned up. I'm going to get more. Do have these though. Let me see what color these are. That's a black one. I can use this. I wonder if I cut the tip off of this, I can use it. Let me see. So I'm working, this is like my prototype, a working prototype for another dauber that I want to make. Kind of got put on the back burner. But it's made so you can use makeup brushes with it, but the smaller ones. And then when I ordered these, I thought I was getting the smaller one, and I was not. And I was not happy. Not makeup brushes, sorry, makeup sponges. It turned out I was not getting the small ones that I thought I was getting. It ended up being the regular sized ones. But I think I can still use it. I cut the tip off. Ooh, yeah, look. Perfect. Okay, let's see how well it holds up. Came out. I think I need to shove it in there a little better. There's teeth on the side that are gonna help hold it in, but I think because of the shape of it, it's not quite working. Push it in there a little more. There we go. I just need to push it in a little more. I wonder if I can, let me see something. Can I record that and make that happen again? Oh, okay, I see what I can do. Sorry, I was trying to record the little, okay. I was trying to record the little, when I see the 1,000 subscribers, it does a little like, burst. But it only does it for a little bit. So I'm trying to get it, trying to figure out how I can get it do it before so that I can record fast enough. But I can't. I mean, I can probably record it after, but. Yay. Okay, I think I got it. No. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to do it after. Let's see if it'll let me do it. It's not recording it. It's cute. I'm afraid it's gonna go to 1001 and it won't do it anymore. Which, you know, I want it to go to 1001. But so whoever subscribed to me must not be on here. Who was the last person that subscribed to me? It doesn't tell me. Is there glue right there? Must be glue. Oh, see what's happening here? You guys can see that. Look. I don't know if it's gonna focus on that. See how it's all shredding today? I know what I'm gonna do to fix it so it doesn't look so bad, but it's very annoying to have to do it. That is just shredding right off. Okay. I really don't like that that's just shredding everywhere. Let's do some fun stuff. Okay, do I have blue? I have pink and I have green. Should I do gold? I did pink on the inside. And I have these gold flakes. Do I want gold with the blue? It wouldn't look bad. I prefer silver, but I don't have any silver. I don't think I do. Let me double check. I'm gonna see if I have silver, okay? Give me a moment. I think it's like this. doesn't look like I have any silver. I don't have any other foils except for the pink, green, and gold. So I think I'll do gold. Since I have foil on the inside, I want foil on the outside. And I don't have much pink left. So unless I do the pink. And I only do it in some, like maybe along this edge where that really bad shredding is happening. And leave the rest blue. I think I'll do that. What color is that blue? It's, this one is, oh sorry, let me put my glasses back on. I think it's Faded Jean. Yeah, it's Faded Jean. Come on. There, Faded Jean. It's a regular Distress ink though. It's not the Distress Oxide. It's just the regular one. It keeps telling me right here, trying to see with my glasses. There we go. Oh, I know. Okay, hold on. I just want to record that. See how it says 1,000? I just want to record that real quick. Let me get it in the screen right. Okay, there you go. I will need to refresh it and hit, since I'm recording right now. Yay! Okay. That's all I wanted to do. All right, let me dump that. There, it's recorded. I think it said we just hit 1,001. At least we have the 1,000 for now. Now we just got to keep growing. Yeah, that's Faded Jean. I like that. But I think I'm going to add the pink. But I think I'm going to finish putting the blue ink first. What's up? There's soup. I just got you. I just got you new soup. Over there. Huh? I don't know. I haven't heard her in a little while. My daughter came peeking out of her room. She's hungry. Oh, it came back out again. It might be because of the type of thing this is. It's pulling on it even more, maybe? I don't know. Let's try it this other way. Shoot, I forgot there's black on this. Okay. I forgot the other end had black. It's alright, I'll just make for darker blue. Well, that's probably going to get a lot of pink after. I just made for an even darker blue. What I need to get is the, this might be drying out because I remember this being more saturated, more blue. Let me get the refill for this, or the re-inker for this, and make it a little bit more saturated because it's having, it's like it's struggling to get color on there. Let's see. wood. Our blueprints. Blueprint sketch. Colors. There it is, fitting. But I also found another one, but I think the fitting would be better. All right, guys, I'm gonna be back like in 5 minutes. So you're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. Just gotta run to the potty. But we'll be back. We'll finish that. We'll re-ink that. So if anybody needs to take a break, just break real quick. Be right back. sweater, it starts to cool down really fast. But if I put it on, it starts to cool down. I'm on one. Oh, well, the other ones were not. They were cost more. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, that took me a little longer because I grabbed a snack and trying to fix my hair a little bit. I just grabbed olives. But yeah, sorry about that. But we're going on almost 4 hours, so it's really hungry. All right, so I'm going to re-ink this pad a little before we decorate more of it. I should have re-inked it before I ran to the restroom. Then it would have been all nice and settled before I came down. Okay. All right, we're gonna let that sit for a sec. And let it soak in. Let's see, I'm thinking we need a little more of the pink here. So you don't really see it in here. I'm not too worried about like in here, but maybe even in here. Put more of the pink all the way through these. So let's do that while this is settling. So I'll leave this a little loose just so it doesn't like completely gap out the air so it can settle in. And then we'll finish inking. But let's get the foil on these middle sections first. So I make sure I have enough to cover the inside. And then we'll do the outside. So again, I'm using the Zig two-way glue. It comes in different sizes. So this is more the smaller tip. You guys can kind of see it, I'm sure, but focus. It really hates focusing. There. It's the smaller tip. Mine is kind of getting kind of messed up at the end, but it's the smaller felt tip. They actually have a pin tip, like a ballpoint pin tip version too. And then the bigger chunky one that I have that I was using yesterday, which I'll show you in a little while. And then they have an even fatter one that's about 1.5 inches, I want to say. About an inch, yeah, about 1.5 inches. Try to get the glue to come out a little more. There it goes. Make sure there's actually glue in here. And this has one of those like opposite twists. The glue ring that it did. Trying to see if it's clogged or not. No, it's not clogged. It's just getting empty. Okay. Well, you guys gonna see me refill this guy too? Which this is a little messier. And no, they don't sell refills for this, but I'll usually just pull it out of one of the other guys. I think I'm running out of glue on all of these though. Okay. Hear a car alarm. Hey guys, I hear a car alarm. It sounds like not too far. Mom, what does your car alarm sound like? Oh. Oh, maybe it was her that set it off. Oh. Oh yeah, it's time to buy more. I wonder if they do sell refills. At least, as far as I know, they don't sell refills, but I need to use this size more than I need to use the big size right now. So, looks like I'll be buying more soon. It's always the opposite twist. Huh? Stop now. Hmm. So maybe they set it off by accident when they were in there. It sounded like it was right here. Alright. Yeah, so apparently I need more. I think 1, 2, unless I have one in a drawer somewhere, which I'm hoping I do. That might be the last of them. So you twist the opposite way to close it up and open it. Just always gets in the brain. Weird. Hoping I have enough to do this. I'm not used to being out of these things because I'm always stocking up on them, but after I moved, like I don't stock up the same way that I used to. Okay. So basically what I gotta do, it's called Zig two-way glue because it when it dries, it just dries tacky, but it can also bond things permanently together at the same time. So I'm making this tacky so I can put the foil on here. It is technically supposed to be heat activated foil, but it seems to work with sticky, which, like I was thinking about it yesterday, is that heat transfer foil, well, I guess there's two kinds. I guess if it's toner, it really is a sticky transfer because it heats up the toner, it makes the toner sticky, and then it sticks to the toner. Whereas when you're actually using something like heat on top of it to like press down onto something else or pressure related, then that's more, it's bonding by the sheet itself having some sort of bond to it instead. So I guess this version that uses toner would also work with glue, technically, right? If I think about that right. I don't know if I have enough. Hopefully I do. We'll find out. So we're just gonna let those dry. We should be fine. Nothing should be sticking together because is drying in between. See if I have one more pin of this. I might have one more ballpoint pin of this. So I usually keep a ballpoint pin, and I might be able to get the ink out of that. Or glue out of that. I keep thinking ink. I am out of it. I don't have any Tombow either. Just trying to think of any other glue that I have like that. I don't have any Tombow. I found all the zig pins that I believe I have, and I don't think there's any on this one either. This one's even another size that you can get, another fine tip felt. But this doesn't sound like there's anything in it. Nope, I don't think so. Well, see what I can do with this one. There's a lot of pages left. I still hear it in here though. There's plenty of liquid in here. It's just trying to get it out. Eh, not exactly what I was trying to do. Trying to get off a little bit of the damaged felt because this sucker's old. I'm always like using these things over and over again, and I usually just buy like the big ones a lot. Honestly, I'm about to like freaking open this up onto something and use it that way. This is, it's coming out a little, but not very much at all. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. And that little silicone pad here. Opposite direction. Opposite direction. That might be it. It wasn't. Hold on. Let me try something first. It wasn't screwed all the way down. Let me see if that was what the problem was. Before I open it up. Because usually it'll come out like really easy. Yeah, that might have been it. Might have been that I didn't have it screwed down all the way. Alright, let's hope that's what it was. Let's try. better. All right, I think I got it to work. Let's hope. I don't know. We'll see. If not, I'm going to pour some of this out after to get more of it out. Usually not that bad. Okay. Some of these should be dry now. Okay. So when it dries, like I said, it dries tacky. And what we're going to do, we'll go the opposite direction and just go work our way that way. And then just rub this in. Trying to see if I have one of my little other things to roll stuff in, because this works really good when it's flat. Should work here too. Yeah, it does. Okay. New uses for this sucker. I love when I find new uses for things that I make. This part right here, this like little curved edge is like hitting it perfectly. So cool. Okay. Ooh, pretty. There you go. If I had like more good glue to like spread it, it'd be solid, but I don't mind it being all like kind of choppy like that because that's what the rest of this, like all tattered and stuff. The rest of this is pretty much like that. Ooh, look at how pretty. I like it. What do y'all think? Okay, everybody's really quiet except for Lori. Is like, are you guys there? Okay, there we go. I just want to make sure like I'm not missing something. No problem. Thank you for joining me. I'll probably work on it again. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow. Mondays are kind of, dragging days because I got to get up early. but definitely on Tuesday. If I can make it tomorrow, it's not going to be till about 4 o'clock again, but I won't stay on too late because I'll be working the next day early in the morning. But you can catch me probably maybe tomorrow, but definitely Tuesday. We're going to try to do it Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and sometimes Sundays that we go live. I say we sometimes because I'm meeting my brother. He's usually like hanging out over there, but mostly me. Okay, let's get that furnished in really good. You can see it like taking away the foil little by little. Let's see if I have any extra sticky spots that I gotta get at the same time. So I guess I got actually a pretty good amount of that glue sitting there because a lot of this seems to be covered pretty well. No, it's not bad. It's not too bad. I like it. Could use maybe a little more glue on the sides, but it still looks cute. And this, I think, is where we started running out quite a bit. So let's see. Looks like the middle part I seem to get. I just didn't get it up to the sides as much as I would have liked. It's not too bad. I'm feeling for like really sticky spots. I still feel quite a bit of the glue sitting. This must have got up on the edges really good. Who is still here with me? let me know. Don't be afraid to say hello. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up for me. And definitely subscribe if you want to stick around for other lives and more posts. That's better. All right, last spot. So it was just enough foil for the inside, which means I might have to do gold on the outside instead. Not bad. See, now we have all that covered. I can get myself another bottle fairly quickly. I don't usually have time during the regular part of the week, but I can maybe then fill in the parts that it didn't get. But I think it's super cute. Like this one definitely needs some more. So I get a little bit out of this one. Thing is, when I put this on the foil, it might mess with the foil. And you don't want just any glue to put foil on. It definitely needs to be a tacky type of glue, not a regular white glue. Something like the Zig 2A, the Tombow white glue will work because that dries tacky as well. And not Eileen's tacky glue because that's not the same thing. Tack it over and over, I think, is the other one. That's Eileen's. That might work. Okay, let's see. There we go. All right, let's see. It keeps telling me the connection's funny. It keeps going in and out. Like it's good, it's bad, it's good, it's bad. All right, there we go. It's tacky enough. Let's try getting a little more in this one. It's a little better. Still a little like flaky-ish. I don't know how to explain. It's not as solid as the other ones are, but still it's cool. I like it. Now this one needs some up on the sides after. Same with that. Not bad though. That one came out really good. I don't know what side we started on. one feels like it must be sticky somewhere towards the top right there. There. I need to get in here later with some powder, and that usually helps the rest of it. But I think that came out really cute. All right, this guy should be saturated enough. I'm gonna hang out for about another 20 minutes or so, and then, yeah, we'll be hitting 4 hours by then. Yeah, about 20 more minutes, 15, 20 minutes, and then call it a night. But let's get this out right now. So I can get this back in here. Again, if you're just joining, this is our little prototype tool. It's not quite there yet, but I needed something because I don't have, I didn't have another, there, that's much better. I didn't have another clean dauber. For this color. Glue right there. Right, when you fix that one little part, hopefully I can get more blue on here. Actually, I'm just going to take this straight here for this one section because I accidentally got it with some black. I'll make sure I get a good amount of blue on there. But definitely re-inking worked really well. Oh, I forgot that I did need a little bit of repair there. That's probably going to get covered anyway. Yeah, this cardstock is just not making me happy. If you're here, don't be afraid to say hello. Okay. It looks messy right now, but I promise it will come together. It'll just get us a good base going. And look at this mess. Jeez. Okay. Let's clean up some of this now. That's all nice and inked up now. sure I don't get it all over me. Okay. I'm using some squeaky cleaner. This is sold by a crafty friend of mine. You may have heard of. His name is Christopher from Brutus Monroe. I love this stuff. I've been using it forever now for cleaning up like little stubborn things and just to clean my stamps. So perfect for stamps, and it smells so good. They come in different scents sometimes. Even just the regular scent of it's really good. But they do come in seasonal. Every once in a while, I'll put a special like seasonal scent. One of my favorite ones was like jelly bean or something like that. It was really good. I remember it was around springtime. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it had a bit of a candy smell. Is that cleaned off? It doesn't leave like a ugly film or anything like that. He did make a new version. What? Sure. He did make a new version that was like specifically for cleaning, like bigger spray bottle and all of that, like in a spray bottle, I should say too, which is really cool. Okay, making sure I know which side's the front. Okay, I'm thinking. Okay, so this is going to be the front, right? And it's still. Let me do it without me being able to see that. That's not bad. But I'm thinking if I do put little splashes of gold or even just on the edges, it might look really pretty. What do y'all think? Stumbled upon your live, also jumped around. Cool, and we have the same name. Well, same first name. But so tell me what you think. So leave it like this and just glue it down straight with the blue back, or go ahead and add some of the gold flake to the edges. Like not perfectly to the edges. I'm not gonna make like smooth gold, but just a little bit because I don't have any silver. I actually want it silver. But we do have the pink foil on the inside already. And there are some yellows and stuff. Nothing really to indicate silver. A lot of yellow, so the gold might work pretty well. Let's see. Get out a flake just so I can see it on the side of it. Just see what it looks like. Where are my tweezers? Oh, there's some. My favorite tweezers, but yeah. Yeah, I like to because all I had, I mostly is because I didn't have I don't have a lot of cardstock right now or anything to cover, especially not 12 by 12. The other 12 by 12 I had was like black, I think. I don't even know if I have that anymore. Yeah, it's all like pattern paper and stuff like that, and I didn't have enough of it. I definitely didn't have 12 by 12 on this, but yeah. I just want to see what it looks like with the gold behind it. If it's too much, too little. That's not too bad actually with the gold. I like it. Okay. The problem will be hoping that I can get enough glue out of the bottle. So let's see what happens. Ah, get back here. Oh. Yeah, I think I like it too. Wait, I poured the glue in this one, right? Yeah, okay. The glue does not want to, okay, wait, this way. This bottle opens the opposite. The glue doesn't want to seem to flow very well today. So I'm going to pour it out onto this and then work it from there. I just don't want to lose too much of it because you don't get that much in the thing anyway. So I'm afraid it's going to dry up on me. Which sucks. Let's pour a little out. Okay. This way. It's weird because the bottle's the opposite and I'm always struggling. Put it heavy on the corners. And I'm going to put it lighter in the centers. It's cold here. My glue feels thick, not easy to use. Yeah. This one's like, it's super liquidy, which is great. It's cold, but it's not cold enough. Like my stuff is drying too fast. Not so much that it's like not coming out. It's just drying really fast. Okay, I'm going to drag it because if I brush it, it's going to show more like a brush stroke. I'm about to get my fingers very sticky. Okay. We definitely want it on the edge. Cool. I hit my 1,000 subscribers tonight, you guys. That was fun. So be sure you're subscribing. Be sure to hit the thumbs up. And if you want notifications, hit the notification bell. Like TikTok came back up, but TikTok you can't go live anymore. Which I've been wanting to pivot back to YouTube for a long time. So I'm really glad I did. So I'm hoping that I get to reconnect with some of the people that used to follow me back in the day. Because I definitely have a whole new set of people that follow me now. I'm going to have to put on like as much of this glue as possible right now because I'm afraid it's all going to dry up on here. You're not on TikTok? Yeah. I have a lot of people that are coming over here from TikTok. But I mean, I've been on YouTube for years. And I had another channel on YouTube a long time ago. And if you guys remember a ways back, there was also Periscope at some point. And I was on Periscope. And I did really well on Periscope. And I would post my replays on YouTube. And I was pretty good about it. And then, you know, my kids were small at the time, so kids, you know, were a priority at the time. I get frustrated with YouTube lives because you can't just scroll and find new people to watch. That's why I like TikTok. Well, you can. You just go to it's just different. I think it's just a matter of getting used to it. You can go to the lives. So here, I'll give you a little overview. Two ways you can do this. They will push out to you things that you like more. Yes. Here, once they get to know you, same as TikTok did. There is a live button, so you can see everybody that's live at the time, and they do have a section for DIY lives. So you can go to that section. And if you want to scroll through people you follow that are live, all you have to go is to your subscriptions, and people that are live will show up right at the top. You just may not have that many people going live yet that you follow if you're not seeing that. But if you go to your subscriptions tab, um, anybody that's live right now that you follow will end up on that part. But general lives, if you just want to kind of scroll through and find new people, you can go to the live tab and look for the DIY tab. Just like on TikTok, how they're, like when you went live, if you go to the live section and it just shows like a bunch of people, you either have to go on the follow tab or you have to go on the, you go on like the live tab and find new people. You still have to kind of get to where the people that you really want to see are. So it's just weird. Yeah, and then like it's basically like the For You page on TikTok. So I know you're not familiar, Monique, with that, but Heather, it's like the For You page. When you first get here, that's your For You page. When you're first, like the first page you hit, when you're just on the home page, that's your For You page. And the more it gets to know you, the more it's gonna push out things you like. The thing I like about it is that they do actually learn you faster, because if I'm scrolling through something looking for something on YouTube, because my feed always consists of different things. It is business stuff, crafty stuff, productivity stuff, ADHD stuff. So that's what gets pushed out to me, and every once in a while it's dumb stuff. I've tried, but just end up with seeing dumb stuff. Yeah, it's just trying to, you're gonna have to like start searching for a couple of things. You do have to do a little more searching rather than just liking some stuff. Search the things you like a little bit, and it'll start doing it pretty quickly after that. So yeah, it's just a little learning curve, but it's not bad. And especially if you go to the shorts and stuff like that. It's like I said, just even when when I first went to TikTok, all I saw was dumb videos most of the time. Every once in a while, I just need a dumb video to watch, but not all the time. Did I get the edges of this? I don't remember now. I guess I'll find out. Okay, now my fingers are super sticky, so let me clean them off. Yeah. See, because I've been on YouTube so long, and I follow people on YouTube so long, and I have posted for a very long time. I just haven't posted a lot. I've kind of learned the tricks of what they do and stuff on here. It's just not the same. It is not going to ever be the same as TikTok. It's a whole different thing. But right now we can't go live on there anyway, and I've always wanted to rebuild my YouTube, because the only thing that's going to be like really super different, like there's no YouTube shop exactly, but there is gifts. There's but not everybody can get them right away. So like on TikTok, you can give gifts right away, and you know all of that. I think you can anyway. From what I remember, you can right away. The shop is like all in one place, but here you have to qualify to get gifts, and I don't qualify yet. So today I hit my 1,000 people, which gets me closer to qualifying now. So I'm at the bare minimum for the highest level of monetization so far, but now I have to work on my viewership. So the more hours that I collect of people viewing my stuff, not that everybody has to watch for hours, but the minutes add up to the hours. I need to get 3,000 watch hours over the past 365 days. And I really, me being on here for years, I was still only like at 600 and something hours because I don't post as much, but now I do post a lot more, and I'm starting to get out there a bit more. My lives are always pretty good. I'll have people scroll in here and there, and I'll get like 3 or 4 people at a time. Sometimes I won't get anybody, but then right at the end, it always happens. I start getting like way more people. So I'm trying to grow that part. But yeah, I have a lot of hours to go. So I really appreciate if you guys will go watch some of my videos. Even if you go way back to some of the older ones, they're still relevant because here's what you're going to find. If Heather, if you haven't been, so Monique, you might be used to this already. But Heather, if you haven't been on here for a while and you don't really view like junk journal stuff or anything like that here, um, what you're going to find is a lot of, it's going to be a little different here for junk journaling and all of that because the terms that a lot of people use on TikTok are different on YouTube. Because when I first went to TikTok and they were talking about different things like, okay, so for instance, me inking these edges and distressing my edges, we call it zhuzhing on TikTok. Zhuzhing over here is dressing up and embellishing. So that's one thing that's going to be different both ways. It's going to be a little weird. Um, Terms are going to be like, wait, you just said you were going to do what? And then you did what? But if you go back to some of my older videos, you might, I can't remember all of my older videos. That's the bad part. I got to go back through, categorize them and fix them and make new headers and make sure they're all good because we're talking like way back when, and see if everything makes sense. But that's one thing you're going to find that's different really quickly, and it's weird. It was weird for me to go to TikTok and the differences that I saw in the TikTok version versus over here because I was so used to following people on YouTube and the terminology and different groups that we used here. But I think once you kind of get the hang of it, just like any other one, it becomes easier to figure out. Because even, I mean, even though TikTok's back right now, it's still only supposed to be like 90 days. So it may not really come back and we still can't even go live on there. It's like if you're just wanting to view people, you're not going to see probably a lot of the same people anymore, which is going to suck. Believe me, because I had my shop on there. On here, though, you can, which I kind of like, is I can actually connect my actual website shop once I'm qualified to do that. And that's where my hours come in. That's where I said I really appreciate everybody popping in those hours for me as much as you can. When you take your showers, just pop me on. When you're getting ready in the morning, pop me on. It really helps. When I'm live, sit with me all day. On the weekends, I will definitely be going live like for hours. On the weekdays, for at least a couple hours. But it won't be until after 4 p.m. Pacific time. Oh, I'm going to have gold on my desk. Okay. Yeah, so weekdays, I will be going live here. Tuesday, tentatively right now, it's looking like it's going to be Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays. I'm hoping. And then I'll throw in like a Sunday or another weekday if I'm able to. Sticking in my sleeve. Okay. I need a brush. I don't know if I have any more brushes. But it's fine. There's a lot of people to watch on here, though. I will tell you that. I don't know if you've watched people on here before. There's a ton of people to watch on here. I'm looking for a brush real quick, guys. Sorry. Not exactly the best one, but it should work. Okay, I'm doing what I thought I was not going to do was put too much of a solid base of this on, but looks like it turned into that. I'm gluing ephemera in my journal while I'm watching it. Cool. I like when people craft along. The only thing that I really miss from TikTok that's a little easier, you can do it here, but that I miss from TikTok is being able to bring people up with me um, while I'm making stuff. Because on TikTok, people can actually come up with me and be on video or just talk or whatever. You can do it on YouTube, but you can only do it from a mobile app. You can't do it from the computer. And on TikTok, I could do it on the computer. So that was one thing I will miss. I know there is a way that I can do it with another software, and it's not going to cost me anything. It's just a matter of finagling it, figuring it out. Which so I know I'll eventually be able to do it because I need to anyway. Um, but yeah, that's one thing I'm really gonna. It's weird because I'm like, for me, it's like me sitting here in silence. I shouldn't have put so much glue because we're really not going to see most of this. That paper covers a lot. I might actually trim down my picture a little more so you can see a little more of the gold. I don't know how I ended up putting this glue on so thick. Is that gold leafing or is it gold foil? Foil flakes. Okay, that's foil. But it is kind of sad for a lot of the people that I know. I mean, it sucks because like my shop basically is gone on there. I have my own shop on my website, but I did a pretty good amount of business on TikTok, and it's what helped me kind of grow and find junk journaling again. Because I've done it for years, but uh, it's harder to find people sometimes, and now I know a lot more people on both channels and all the different types of channels, but there's a lot of people that they're not going to have the same followers on here because it just depends on where everybody goes. I won't go, I'll tell you, you're not going to see me a lot on Facebook. Instagram maybe, but definitely not Facebook as much. It could change. I could change my mind later. But lives are definitely going to be mostly on here, probably all on here. And the posts and announcements will be the same as usual. Occasionally on Instagram, and every so often on Facebook, where it's usually just me reposting what I posted either on my website or on my Instagram or here. I do miss doing YouTube, so that's why I wanted to come back this way. So you'll find a lot of new videos. You'll find a lot of old videos on my site. I mean, on my YouTube. Oh, and if you are new, so if you want to go to my website, we have a pretty good community there, a few thousand. Uh, I think we're up to, what is my last membership count? It's a free membership that you can get on my website, and it gives you access to like all the freebies and everything. Um, and to groups and everything else. And we do a lot of different things, and we hold different events and stuff. We have a junk journal retreat, a virtual retreat that we do. It's coming up in May. So if you want to be like notified for that, you can get on the mailing list. Um, there is, if you guys didn't know, I always forget to say this too. I'm not on Facebook either. I'm here on Instagram. Yeah. Um, if I always forget, there's a junk journal retreat. Um, it's called Junk Journal Retreat. Is the other YouTube channel that I'm on. That's with my business partner, Christy, and because we run a junk journal retreat that we started last year and did pretty good. So we did another one at the end of last year, and our next one's coming up in May. So we're working on that. So if you want to get notified on that, it's pretty good. It's free. Of course, you can always buy like an upgraded ticket, but it's free. But I say hit my website if you want to and join in there too. It's pretty fun. We have, like I said, a group in there. Sorry, my throat's starting to bug. Yeah, we have different groups in there. Junk journalies, all kinds of different groups actually. Not just junk journal. Junk journal, scrapbooking, card making, cricket. That's the one I forgot to mention earlier. A cricket group. What else do we have? I'm probably sucking in some of these flakes. Is what it is. I'm trying to think. An entrepreneur group. Uh, I know I'm missing a group. Oh, a planner group. And then we'll like start other groups if people tell us they want other groups and other people show interest. We'll also start new ones. But yeah, we have a lot of groups. We chat. We do all kinds of stuff. And we have a Telegram group that's attached to each one of those groups, has their own Telegram group. So if you want to do like live chatting or live video chatting with each other, you can do it from there. But you don't have to worry about like getting spammed or anything. We're very careful about watching who gets on there. And every once in a while, some spammer wants to sneak by, but we're really careful about trying not to do that. It's very, 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 very few in between. If anything, not even once a year if I've seen that happen. Mm, yeah, definitely. I want to say we're up to 4,000 members now, something like that. But that's like for the website as a whole. The group itself, the junk journal group is like I think our biggest group right now, followed by maybe the planner group. I want to say. There we go. I have noticed like before I didn't get a whole lot of junk journal lives pushed towards me on YouTube, and now I get way more. These are those moments that I'm always thinking. You're in Patty's Telegram group, but I don't participate anymore. Yeah, it gets a little much sometimes. I noticed that like the chats aren't as full as they used to be. I just don't always have time is the problem. And now I got a full-time job on top of everything, so now I really don't have time. So my hours are very, very carefully calculated now. I have some of that gold. It gets everywhere. Yeah, it does get everywhere. I'm trying to read back, see what I missed. Yeah. I'm like, I am too, but I recently got the job and it starts at 7 right now for training, which is crazy for me, you guys. I'm interested in junk journaling, but I realize I am watching them made than making them. I like watching them made than made. Oh, you prefer watching them be made than making them. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Sorry, my brain's starting to slow down for the day. It's fun to do. You might just need to find how you like to make them, and really, if you don't want to make them, you can always just support the people that do make them by just grabbing up the ones they make. Okay, looks like we got most of that done. I found, or not my brother actually found an article in Rolling Stone about junk journaling. I want to read it, so I'm going to look for it tomorrow. I'm like, junk journaling has officially made Rolling Stone. How cool is that? Yeah, usually I am a night owl too. I'm usually up till very early in the morning. But now I gotta wake up early in the morning, so I go to bed earlier now. What time is it? It's 8:48, 9, almost 9. I said I was gonna stop like a half hour ago, but now I want to finish this. My body is really having a hard time getting used to it too. It's been my third week now almost. I'll be entering my third week of working there. At least it's work at home, so I can take a nap during my breaks if I want to, or lunch, which I did a lot for the first week. I get told to calm down when I get excited about something in that group. They think I'm mad when I'm not. It's not a complaint, it's a different aspect on emotions. They're nice people. Yeah, it does get a little funky. It gets misunderstood a lot there, but they're pretty good. I think because it is such a very large neurodivergent group, which I am totally part of the group, and a lot of people that follow me are, um, that it can get a little heated sometimes. But honestly, the only reason I haven't really gone on is just time. Most of the time, if you see me like on somebody's live or something, like commenting, it's because I can't be on camera, and it's usually because I'm working on something at the same time as watching it, and I'll just stop to comment for a minute. But if I were to actually like be in the conversation live with them, I would not get stuff done. And sometimes I am there, but I'm really quiet the whole time because I'm working at the same time as just being there. I am filling some sticky bits. I'm gonna have to definitely go back over this later, but let's get this last page done. We don't want to waste the gold. So I think too the TikTok community of junk journaling, although it is large, it is not as, it's very tight knit. So like most people travel in the same circle of following people and groups and stuff like that a lot more on there. Whereas on YouTube, there is still a vast amount to discover of people. So it's not like the same people over and over again, which is kind of cool. I mean, not that I don't love all the people that I freaking follow. I definitely do. But it's nice sometimes to find somebody new, new perspective or whatever. Uh, there's a lot more to discover at any given time on here. Even if it is older, because like I have a friend, you guys may have heard of her on here. Her name is Tsunami Rose is her channel. I've known her for a long time, and we both live in Vegas, and she used to come to my classes, and we do stuff together sometimes and all that. But she stopped doing, she started loving quilting for some reason. She started doing like quilting covers for her journals and stuff. And after a while, she got a job, and so she kind of fell off of YouTube for a while. And she did really good, like really good. Um, she had like one of the #1 Etsy shops and everything because of it, or like one of the higher up Etsy shops or whatever. Um, but then she started liking the quilting aspect of making the quilted covers. And she started doing that instead, and she really hasn't done much on YouTube anymore. But if you go watch all her old videos, you guys, like there's tons of stuff on there, especially like a lot to do with the fabric. She did a lot of fabric covers. The newest ones, which are still going to be kind of older, not too old, maybe a year or two, are going to be mostly quilted versions. But her older ones are like all kinds. But she did like, she was doing like snippet rolls and all kinds of stuff, embellishments, and she still has her Etsy shop, so you can still get stuff from her Etsy shop. But yeah, unfortunately, she doesn't go live anymore. Doesn't really post too many. As far as I know, she hasn't posted a video in a while. And the last time I talked to her after I moved was, it's been a few months. Which means it's definitely time for me to get in touch again. But yeah, I would definitely go check her out. But my whole point was you'll find a lot of people, and even if they're older videos, it's kind of cool. If you like seeing like more mini album style and folio style stuff, check out oh, what's her name? Rosa Kelly Designs. She always has really fun tutorials on different types of mini albums with different ways to make them. She basically has a set way of making a lot of them, but at the same time in different versions of it, I guess is what I want to say. But her stuff is fun. I mean, there's all kinds of people I follow that are freaking fantastic. If you're more into art journaling, There's a lot of people I follow on here for that. I'm trying to find the sticky spots. Sorry, I'm facing it the other way real quick, but I'm just trying to find more sticky spots to grab it all. Yeah, snippet rolls are fun. You use all your stuff up. On the second retreat, I want to say, I got to double check. My brain's like back and forth with which retreat had what. On the second retreat we did one that's called the Autumn Muse, which we did in the autumn in October. One of our speakers, presenters, did a snippet roll. She did a snippet roll, like one version of it for the free part, and then she went really deep dived into like different things on the if you got the paid pass instead, which was really awesome. Our retreat's a little different. So like ours goes into art and junk journaling. It's not just like how to make it like here's a project, make it. We go into the why, how you can use it for your art, therapy, for just overall well-being of using art, junk journals, and all of that. So we have like all kinds of seminar type, and some of it was even like therapy for people. It was friggin' awesome. It turned out way better than we thought that it was going to, which was really great. And people are still like going back over the everything we did, which is cool, which I absolutely love. Ooh, look, that's cute. That one accidentally got stuck in there where it's still sticky. So I think I might get some of these flakes and put them where it's still sticky on the inside. Like, and people wonder why these suckers cost so much when we sell them. I'm like, how long have I been doing this for now? 4.5 hours. I've been doing this 4.5 hours. And it took me 2 days just to get this far. Although yesterday did get a little bit of interruptions because of the whole TikTok thing. 2 days. 2 days of detailing. I know I'm nowhere near finished with this because I know I'm going to want to do a lot more to this. Ooh, but I really like this is gathering up all that. All those little sticky spots that are still there. I love the way this is going to look. Okay. Connie from Connie's Coolest Crafts, she migrated over this way. I know everybody was picking different things. Most people, I think, were heading over this way. I have some people saying red note, but I don't think that's going to last very long, especially not if you're a creator. You really can't do anything on there. I know a lot of people. I think Connie, yeah, Connie was live today for her regular Sunday, but not as long as she usually does, because she's usually on like all day long almost. And so she only did it for a little while. Let's see. Thank you. I'll watch for you on here. I better get some rest. Definitely have a good night. I'm doing junk journal January. Oh, nice. If you go to my website, it's not part of the total junk journal. It's not a junk journal thing, but if you go to my website, there is a 30-day self-care challenge on there. That's really fun. And one of the prompts is to like journal. And on my website, if you want to join it, There is a paid challenge, but it's huge. It's not what you think. It's not like, hey, do this day, and you here do this. It's not a little thing. If you really want to challenge yourself, yeah, it's pretty intense, but it's fun. It lasts. It lasts. It basically will take you a month to complete the challenge, but you do 5 days in a row of different junk journaling prompts. But each prompt is backed by example, lesson, sometimes files, videos, and we're always adding to them, kind of here and there. So it keeps building, and you always have access to it. So as it builds, you keep getting to do it for that particular version. And then there's two of them on there. There's the fall version, and then there's the version that we did in the spring. We're consistently going to be doing more in different versions of it, and then also um, different craft um, challenges that are going to be like that. It's more like a giant course than a challenge, also, like almost, because you're still kind of doing your own thing, but we give you good examples on what to do with your own thing. If that makes sense. Not just like here we made this or whatever. It gets a tiny bit intense. Not as much as our retreats though. Retreats are freaking awesome. You'll meet tons of people when you do one of the virtual retreats, and it's really fun. From the retreats, we've had people like start businesses and just therapy, trust in their artwork more. It's really freaking awesome. I'm hoping to get a couple more speakers that I'm really hoping to get. We'll see what happens. Some things, there are some simple things on both the retreat and the challenge, like, basics of making a cover or something like that. But the other stuff, it's good if you're advanced or beginner, because you can do it. You can do each prompt or in things in the challenge, or in the retreats, either at a beginner level or at an advanced level. There are some things that maybe you want to do some of the beginner level stuff or basic, intermediate levels first, and then move up to some of the other stuff. But basically, you're covered no matter what, and where you're at, where you feel comfortable doing things. We can keep you busy all year long. Yeah, I'm loving it with the gold blending through with the pink. Come on. It's fine. Keep missing. Get in there. Okay. There we go. I feel sticky spots. I'm trying to find the sticky spots. Sorry, I'm like way off camera with that. If I get like way off camera, just remind me. All right, it's heading to 9 o'clock, or it is 9 o'clock now here. So I think I'm going to be calling it a night. I got to keep remembering that I got to go to bed earlier. It's no fun, but I do. If I'm not too crazy tired after work, I'm probably going to come finish this up and go live. So that would definitely be an impromptu. On Tuesday, I will be live about between 4 and 5 o'clock Pacific time. So if you want to join me again, definitely look out. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. You need to use your supplies. Oh, we'll get you using your supplies. Oh, we'll get you using your supplies. We'll show how to use every little piece of supply you have, every scrap you have. Oh my god, we did such a fun few tutorials about using up your scraps and stuff like that and using up your supplies. I do want to do like a shop your, I don't know, because right now I'm trying to do, for me, shopping my stash. So like just going through everything I have. So we definitely want to do more of that. You'll be able to shop your stash and finish up stuff. You'll be surprised that you start getting rid of stuff. Or not getting rid of, using up stuff, I should say. Not getting rid of stuff. You'll use up so much stuff. If you want, send me a message. If you want to like grab a ticket from one of the old, one of the other two old retreats, go to junkjournalretreat.com and you'll be able to see what came in the old retreats. But if you want to get them or you want to get both, I'll talk to my partner and see if I can get you like a big discount to buy the old retreats if you want to get them. We just finished like a big old flash sale to get the both of them. Kind of thinking I might do like a pre-sale flash sale that you get the two old ones and the new one. But we'll see. I might do that for my birthday. We'll see. That'll be in February. But yeah, for sure. Have a good night. I'm going to be hopping off. If you're watching from the replay, there will be a cleaned up version of this later. Once I finish the series, I will go back through and edit everything and kind of mash them together. I'll leave the originals on there, but I'll mash them together so you can see the whole process of the whole book if you want. But I am definitely going to add more of this tomorrow. I love the way that's looking. Let's see how it looks with the cover in place. And yeah, look at that. That's going to be pretty. But I might tear away at this just a little bit so you can see some more of the gold exposed, and I think that'll look really cute. Some of this is still sticky. Okay. All right, see you guys tomorrow. Or Tuesday for sure, maybe tomorrow. Okay, bye. Oh, I'm covered in glitter and stuff. If you're just catching me, we'll see you again later. Replay will be on in a minute. I know I see people popping up. This always happens. As soon as I get off, people start popping up. So if you just popped up, you can watch the replay if you want to. It is a morning you almost 5 hours long now, but I will get a condensed version later on. You can always go through the whole thing. It'll show you how to put together the book and everything. See you later.